I can do all the prep in the world and still forget to do things. Verily, we are live. I'm probably not quiet anymore. Turns out that if you're yelling to your mic that's halfway across the way. Are you ready to get sloppy? Yeah, Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. And yes, sloppy. I'm here and I'm ready. Lolly ho, Jellybean. Lolly ho, Jellybean. Jade, good to see you, glad to have you. Des, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, the emotes have already begun. Knows the stream isn't going to start for another month. I had no idea what you're talking about. No problems there. Did someone mess up at the time of the stream? Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as we go live, it'll go live regardless. Coach Jack, good to see you, glad to have you. Rory, good to see you, glad to have you. Sacrifice a Lala for that. Yeah, super simple hides my Lala. Don't worry, Jelly, you'll never be sacrificed. You're too precious. Yeah, pretty much everyone here, I think, agrees that they would much rather miss a stream than sacrifice a Jelly Bean. Bean! Oh, Dimins, good to see you, glad to have you. Some form of eldritch entity that at the closest approximation we can see of her true form just happens to be a Lalafell. I support that. Jubilant, good to see you, glad to have you. That must be why the form can barely contain their cuteness. Indeed. I think that's the best compliment anyone has ever given me. Aaron, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly ho. Hey, Lolly, good to see you, glad to have you. Now I can't hear, but for different reasons. Am I very loud? Chrissy, good to see you, glad to have you. Silver Kogaku, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Turn my face to the left. That left? Because that's left. Aaron, enjoy your archons and your emotes. Now's a good time to use them because we're about to get sloppy. Mark, good to see you, glad to have you. Hope you all have a good time taking the wife out for the birthday and dinner will be back later. Sounds good. Hope it's a good birthday. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello, I hope everyone is having a great day. I love the cosplay too. Thank you. And finally, we're getting that cosplay stream and that you guys paid for like 2 months ago. So, sorry about that. But got it going now. Yeah, today's going pretty good. Tired as usual, but you know what? No surprises there. Kimar, good to see you, glad to have you. Looking good, Leo. Thank you. All is well. No, turn it the other way. This way? This way? This way? Dost thou have Astrologian prepared for the stream? I do not, because I am doing the MSQ, so we have to play the corresponding thing. I also would not. I think Ash might be my least favorite job to play. Well, that's not true. I like Ash more than Scholar. But, I'm still alive, kind of. Willow, take it easy. Get rest. Yes, sexy audio indeed. My audio settings are all out of whack, and I can't be bothered to fix them half the time. I just forgot to adjust them for stream. AC, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm so tired after running 6 circle nearly 7 times. Why 7 times? You're just trying to get a specific glam piece? Also, let's get going. Let's go get that monks. Let's get that final bit of monk stuff done before we go into Stormblood. Make sure to take it easy. Yeah. Drink any milkshakes lately? It's a reference. You know what? Strangely enough, I haven't. Mostly because no one has offered me $2 in stream to go drink a milkshake. And that was honestly most of the provocating incidents. But also, I realize you're referring to a different form of milkshake. Actually, you know, wait, let's Eorzean milkshake. Mine milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo, they reply, 'tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I would levy a fee. There you go. Let's see a full body shot. I don't have all my accessories because I had to. Some of them were supposed to be sent to me and never got mailed, so a lot of the lower stuff is not complete, and I do have the van braces so that I'd be able to play stuff. Because I tried them on, it was bad for like being able to like reach around and do stuff. But I wanted to make sure that at least this area looked good for what you'd be seeing the majority of. I had a browser window open to this and PIP and Discord at the same time, so I had a very loud, echoey start. Ah, sorry, Chrissy. On my way to join the Sloppeh. Nice. For 1 piece of armor, I don't want some sloppy Joe about now. Yeah. Orion, the floor is yours. Thank you, AC. Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah. Also, Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. He should be probably up there. Yeah, Winter Guild's up there. Let me pump the volume a bit. Give me one quick second to tinker at me volume. Remember, though, that you can also pay money to have me say weird shit. So if you want Eorzean J to say weird shit, there you go. Oh, no, that's not what I need. I need to do volume user. There we go. That's better. Let me know if the volume's too loud at any point, as per usual. Finally reached level 50 in Ninja. Nice! Good job! Now it'll start to get at least a little bit interesting. Alio, a letter has arrived. It's come from Denitsa and Ochaka. They would speak with us. They bid us come to Dalamud's Talons. What their agenda is, I do not know. I know not, but I would ask them questions of my own. Professor Eric also sends word. He has learned the secret of the shadow. Soon he will come to share his knowledge. But before I see him, I would see my former pupils. I wish to believe in them. They are good at heart. Of this I am certain. Come, brother. We go to the Dalamud's Talons. Dalamud's Talons. Dalamud's Talons, that's in Northern Hydaelyn. That should be right over here. Did someone say Sloppeh? Indeed, Bling. We did. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Still have no idea how the Mudras work. Basically, I mean, you do them in different combinations to get different abilities. If you need to see which one does which, you can just go look it up. The other trick for it usually is that the only really important one is what the last one you pressed is. That's kind of not true, I guess, but like also. But yeah, you can go look up, like, there should be a cheat sheet that I would recommend looking up for that. Sloppeh! Guys, what are they doing it for? Hey, Bob, good to see you, glad to have you. I relate to Tenshi Jin to 123, yeah. Thanks for coming. What's it worth? We're sorry that we deceived you. You know, that it is for the benefit of both our sects that we fight. The other day, when you fended us off our fellow disciples of Shadow, a new chakra opened within you, did it not? Yet the sensation was unlike aught you had felt before. It's because we opened a chakra belonging to our aspect, the aspect of Shadow. The opposite also applies, of course. Fighting the disciple of your sect allows us to open chakras belonging to the aspect of light. Aspects of light and shadow? If this is the way of it, then why must we fight? Why can we not cooperate? Our master forbade it, I'm afraid. Our true master, that is. If truth be told, we shouldn't have even been speaking with you. We're not permitted to exchange words, only blows. They leave us no choice. Come, brother. We will give them an exchange they desire. Relate them to Tenshi, Jin, 2123. Yeah, but you also have to understand fundamentally how they work before, like, I even... But yeah. Wait, who's that lovely doofus streaming? I am Shooketh. Hello, lady. Good to see you, glad to have you. And this is my Eorzean cosplay, which I will continue to upgrade over time. How is Monk? Is it more fast-paced? It is fast-paced. It depends on what you mean, though, by, like, also... Like, your GCDs are going to ultimately be a lot faster a Monk than almost any other job. Pretty much any other job, effectively. But, you know, what's good fast-paced and what's not good fast-paced really depends on your preferences. Especially with Green Lightning passive, yeah. Actually, I'm also, like, what are my GCDs even at? Like, I'm not even level 60 and my GCDs are already 2 seconds. You know, it's 2.2 seconds. I'm not, like, if I melded it right now, I could get it below 2 seconds. And they can go down to stupid levels. I wonder what the absolute, like, bottom floor of GCD you can get is with Monk. Oh my god, Arianji took over the stream. He did. Elio will be out for today. I will be here. Ah, my chakra is opened.
'Tis precisely as Master described. Yes, I feel the power surging through me, but if we're to become stronger, if we're to open any more chakra, we must throw ourselves into a far fiercer struggle, the kind where lives are on the line. So long as you're disciples of light, we will continue to come for you, over and over. It cannot end until one side falls, never to rise again.
I mean, seeing as this is Sloppeh Street, I can't help but say, guys, they're going to continue to come for us over and over. Artemis, good to see you, glad to have you.
And that's the reason we called you here. We don't want to hurt you. So please, give up being a monk. Go give up a notion of rebuilding the first Fist of Ralgar and go somewhere far, far away.
Wait. For real, how's questing go so far? Well, we just started, so, you know, I'll be distracted more than usual, by the way. I just have to, so much work suddenly to do. Oh, man. Yeah. I'm sure some artistic renderings. Silently Praying Fantasia will be on sale today because I swore to play Monk as my femme Eorzean. What would you need wait, do you already... If you already have a femme Eorzean, why would you need a Fantasia?
They would have stopped being a monk, same as telling me to stop breathing. Many revelations have there been this day. The existence of opposing aspects of chakra. This is not the least of all. We must learn more of it. The professor will soon arrive at Revenant's Toll. Perhaps he can enlighten us.
For a second, I thought Hildebrand was right next to you. Yeah, no. That is Wittergelt. Takes a breath. Boy! Yep. Rendering go burr. I have all the Lee Need outfits solely for that. Nice. If you saw in the Discord, I'm a male Eorzean right now. I'm a warrior of light gender fluid. Oh, okay. Well, that's gonna be a pain to have to switch back and forth. The mass buying of Fantasia. When was the last time Fantasia went on sale? I guess I forget what the cadence of that even is. Brandon, good to see you, glad to have you. I wanted to just squash the professor the entire time. The thing is, if they made Eric like 20% less of an asshole, he'd be fine. Because there's so much, like, he does so many things that are interesting and or good.
Thank you for coming, Professor. The information I was requested, were you able to find it?
Of course I was, you incalculable dolt. Elsewise, I wouldn't have bothered to come all the way to this backwater. Now then, I may have demands on my time, so I shall convey my findings to you at once and in the most concise manner possible. Now, it is common knowledge that the Fist of Ralgar rose to the zenith of its power by virtue of royal endorsement. Lesser known is the dispute which broke out over the arrangement between two factions within the Fist, the Sect of Light and the Sect of Shadow. The head priest of the Sect of Light believed that an alliance with the royal house of Alamigo was the key to prosperity. However, his counterpart in the Sect of Shadow disagreed, warning that it would lead to their undoing. History has proven them both right, but I digress. Unsurprisingly, the disciples of each sect rallied to their respective leaders' side, and the two factions clashed with words and fists both. In the end, the Sect of Light prevailed, and the alliance with the royal house was sealed, and all members of the Sect of Shadow were banished from the order. So, in the past, the two sects both belonged to the Fist of Ralgar, and their disciplines trained besides one another as comrades. And yet, though the techniques they employed were identical, the manner in which they harnessed their energies was opposite in nature, one astral, one umbral. It was this difference which gave rise to the two aspects of chakra. Theirs is a tradition wherein monks from two schools would meet each other in single combat. In attacking you, I posit that the disciples of Shadow are seeking to recreate this tradition. The clashing of light and shadow quickened the aether within, causing a chakra of the opposing aspect to open within them. In simple terms, for your simple minds, disciples of light fought to open Shadow's chakra, and disciples of Shadow fought to open light chakra. The implications of this? There are not 7, but 14 chakra. All tooled, yes, two sides of the same coin. Where there is light, there is shadow, and all that poetic tripe.
One thing I do not understand, Professor. Why can our sects not cooperate? Why must the disciples of Shadow attack like common brigands?
A feud caused by the rift between two sects. Who's to say there isn't a feud still? I suspect only a member of the Sect of Shadow can tell you the truth. But now I must be off. I shall inquire further into the matter in my spare time. If there's aught else, you know where to find me.
We must speak with Denitsa and Ochaka again. I will try to track them down. Meanwhile, please continue honing your skills.
I was watching a girl playing Stormblood as Monk. In all the videos I've watched, I've never seen a job do that much damage. That's interesting. Well, but the amount of damage may just be a byproduct of the level she was at Stormblood. But yeah, I mean, Monk does, isn't like the top DPS, but it does do a lot of DPS. The other thing that's interesting, Cathra, is like, it's worth remembering that playing your job correctly does a hell of a lot more damage than playing it, you know, incorrectly, and therefore, you know, it may just be that she was playing Monk appropriately.
Elio, finally I have information on Chaka. She is near the Eugenia Spire in the North Shroud. I mean to confront her, to demand the truth from her. She and Denitsa do not act of their own free will. Of this I am certain. Nay, something has hold over them. We will find out what it is. Come, brother, we go to the North Shroud, quickly while the trail is still fresh.
Eric is annoying, but also incredibly smart. He's knowledgeable, but is clearly not self-aware. Oh, I think he's self-aware, I just don't think he cares. I think he is very self-aware of how much of an asshole he is. He just doesn't care that he's an asshole to other people. But yeah, no, I mean, Eric has a lot of really useful information. He's really helpful, but he's also a complete dick. It was on sale a couple months ago. I know I bought someone at Fantasia my Viera for the first time. Anniversary sale was when Fantasia last went on sale, August. IDK cadence though. Yeah, I would wonder, it wouldn't help but wonder if like the next time we see it, it would be in a little bit then. It was the anniversary sale last July. I'm usually a male Elzen during the middle patches. Oh, okay. I know he's a good guy and all, and clearly cares, but they made him probably 25% too much of a dick. Yeah, totally. He definitely is a bit much in terms of his dickishness. He could have been a little bit closer to abrasive without being just a straight asshole. Admittedly, though, I guess, you know, not everyone, like, sometimes there are just people in the world that are just straight assholes, and it's okay to have characterization as such.
I found her like this. What has happened?
Widdergelt and Elio. Rest assured, my injuries are not serious. Zenitsa held back. But gods, I feel like such a fool. No matter what he asked of us, we always did it without question. In so doing, we thought we could survive. But in the end, he commanded us to fight each other to the death to open our chakra.
Fight to the death? Who commanded this? Who?
Who else be it but our master? Hraha is his name, and he leads the sect of Shadow. But more than that, he was a father figure to Zenitsa and me. After our own parents abandoned us, Master Hraha took us in and raised us. We always strove to please him, lest we lose our place. But today we made our worth to him abundantly clear. We are not his friends, let alone his family. Nay, we are not but tools to be used and discarded. When we fought, Zenitsa thrust me off the cliff. She made it appear as an accident, that I alone might flee. But I cannot flee while Zenitsa is still at our master's mercy. I must rescue her before he decides that she is no longer useful. And if you know what's good for you, you will put many malms between yourself and this place. Master will doubtless send people to verify my death.
Ochaka, wait, let us help you.
Why would you help us, after all the wrongs we've committed against you? Why?
I once lusted for power. I stopped at nothing to obtain it. I used Elio, I betrayed him. Worse, I tried to kill him. I repented, I started anew. Now, someone is making the same mistake as me. I cannot ignore it, nor can I ignore those who suffer from it. But above all, my pupils are in trouble. I would help them if it is what a master should do.
Okay, Widdergelt.
I will go to Ochaka, with Ochaka to the hedge tree. See that no one follows. Join us when the area is safe.
True, I prefer Solus from Dragon Age. I don't remember which one Solus is. Monk positionals are wild. Honestly, I don't find monk positionals any weirder than positionals. Actually, I kind of like monk positionals more because at least you're constantly moving. You know, whereas like it's just more like boop boop. For like Reaper or something, it's more for a monk. It's more like boop, 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 beat up, scoot up, beat up, beat up, punch to the behind. I don't think this is for this quest. No, it is. She had started a new character, was either even or no more than 2 levels above what she was fighting. Yeah, interesting then, Catherine. I don't know for sure. I also never have numbers on, so I only see like damage in terms of relativity. Do monks need a minor range attack? No, they do not. They really don't. You have meditation. You have things that you can be doing in your downtime. You have your form shifts, you have your meditation, as well as other things that come on later on. They have their own, you know, and plus you have things like Thunderclap to get yourself right in there. About to Thunderclap them cheeks. How's Sloppeh? Already talking. Black Flame, good to glad to have you, and you're welcome to get as Sloppeh as you want. Anytime we hear about how the Mikote sisters are going to come for us over and over again, you're welcome to get sloppy. Every time that we hear about we're saving Alamigo, it's time to get sloppy. Anytime Mommy Merlweb gets on screen, glad to get sloppy. Wait, I thought he was asleep. Who? Thought who was asleep? Someone called my male elves in the evil twin to your warfly. Misheard Raha and heard Graha. Like, what? Yes, Graha turned evil. Chakras, chakras. Everyone loves chakras. All that's missing is a guru and a lemur and a sky bison. Don't forget the alcohol. I could grab alcohol. I could definitely grab some alcohol. Maybe we gotta fund another alcohol stream first, though. That drunk stream was a party.
It is safe here. We may speak freely. There is much I do not know. Please tell me everything.
In the beginning, members of the Fist of Ralka strove to open up all 14 chakras, 7 of light, 7 of shadow. Those who had opened all 7 of their native chakra were permitted to duel those who had achieved the same in the opposing aspect. For generations, such duels were held in great secrecy. But in the end, with the massacre of the Temple of the Fist, when the sect of light was extinguished, and though the sect of shadow survived by virtue of its obscurity, its disciples lost the means to open light chakra. That is, until Master Harahatia learned of the sole survivor of the massacre, you, Wittergelt, and that was how Zenitsa and I came to you. Our master taught us that disciples of light were but a means to an end, a resource to be used. He ingrained in us the belief that our two sects must ever be at odds, and we took him at his word, fools that we were.
I understand now how things were in the past, how they are in the present. Most importantly, I know that the light and shadow were formerly as one, and it may yet be so again.
Seems familiar.
I will speak with Master Harahatia, convince him that our schools need not fight. Together, we can rebuild our proud order.
I'm afraid he will not be easily swayed, and should it come to blows, as I fear it will, know that his strength far surpasses ours. He is the only person alive who has opened all 14 chakra. Recently, I have focused on opening light chakra of my own aspect. I've succeeded in opening but 6. I am no match for Master Rahatia. You are our best hope, Elio. Even so, you're still 1 chakra short of 14, a small yet decisive difference. If you are to have fighting chance, you must open the final chakra that eludes you, the 7th chakra of shadow. Alas, this presents a dilemma. There are no ways to do so outside of mortal combat.
There will be another way. There always is. All our chakra may not open, but we have each other. Together we may yet rescue Zenitsa.
Thank you, Wittergelt. I swear to do my utmost to aid you.
That is well. But first Ochaka must recover. We must return to Revenant's Toll. There is much planning to do.
So fist the butt. 100 years of death. Yeah, you gotta do that butt fisting. All that's important to know is that monks are all about that anal fisting. Sorry, cat stepped on keyboard. No worry, Cathra. I mean, they have that one semi-ranged move in Big OEs. Semi-ranged move. I'm trying to think about which one you're talking about. Which one are you talking about? You know, maybe it might be higher up, because I haven't played a lot of Monk after level 70, or even 80, and since a lot of changes. Because there's, like, Rising Phoenix and stuff. Like, because there's AoE ones, for sure. Well, now you've thrown wide the gates. Let expanse contract. Sloppy become instant. Greetings! Good to see you, glad to have you. Verily, the stream hath been blessed on this day. Indeed. Nope, done with work today. I'm a box stacking hell, and now there was a spider on the box. Sorry, Deathberry. Takes even deeper breath. Boy. See, now every time you do that, I'm just thinking about, Kratos. Also, who else is excited for Ragnarok? I still need to buy a PS5, but I'm waiting for them to, like, release a bundle for that. I thought that was Dragoon who loved doing it from behind. Dragoon also likes, well, I mean, liked hearkening onto them monster cheeks. That's true. It makes sense that Raha would be the name someone would come up with another tribe, but Haraha sounds wrong. Well, that's, so, like, a lot of Mikote names, other than their tribe names, like, the beginning part of it is, or the second part of it is, like, a common names that you'll see. Like, you could see, like, Gashtola, or, like, Mushtola, or Hushtola. You know, the tribe is an appendage to a typical Seeker of the Sun name.
A healer tends Ochaka. When she is well enough, we will work to open our own chakra. We both saw how Ochaka fears their master. It is not normal. As she warned, words may not avail us. We must be prepared for anything. Continue your training, Elio, and together let us go forward as proud disciples of light.
How we doing on time?
Good tidings, brother. Ochaka has recovered. Together we spoke of Professor Eric. With his help, we sought ways to open chakra of the opposing aspect. Ways that require no dueling. Now we have a theory. We will test it in the western highlands of Kurthus, near a place called Dragonspit. Ochaka has already left. Let us join her.
Oh, right, because eventually they had to, like, it was a Heavensward story, so at some point they had to have us, like, drop by into, Kurthus. Although, admittedly, it's kind of funny that they have us stop by in Kurthus, because, like, I mean, like, Mordona, like, kind of makes sense, because you're going to go into, you know, Kurthus Central Highlands and then into the Western Highlands, but, at the same time, think about them traveling all this way in contrast to other times, other examples. What outside jobs would be considered heretical in Ishgard? What outside jobs? Well, people generally have a bad taste for void sense, so Reaper would likely be heretical most places. Black Mage... You know, it's interesting because Ishgard was kind of not isolated from the causal effects of things like the Fifth, but like doesn't seem to have the same umbrages that others have. So Black Mage could be, not thaumaturgy, but specifically Black Magic, but only to those who really understood its history. Summoner... Not really. Sage... Machinist. I mean, honestly, in a sense, Machinist is kind of heretical to certain factions of Ishgard, as much as it may come from Ishgard. You know, astrology that is Sharlayan. Well, honestly, the Sharlayans have more problem with Ishgardian astrology than Ishgardian astrologians have problems with Sharlayan astrology. So maybe that's not necessarily, that one would be fine. Dark Knight, I mean, in a sense, is heretical in Ishgard. So ironically, some of the most heretical jobs are actually the ones that you get from Ishgard. Gunbreaker would be fine. Monk should be fine. Dragoon obviously is fine. Ninja would be fine. Samurai should be fine. Reaper, you know, it's void sense, so it's heretical everywhere. Bard should be fine. Machinist depends on which faction you're talking about. Dancer would be fine. Black Mage could be, depending on people know their history. Summoner should be fine. Depends on how someone might feel about Garuda, especially with them dealing with the Ixali. But, you know, the Ishgardians kind of, like, repeat that, like, for their part, they don't typically have to end up dealing with the Ixali or their problems. Red Mage should be fine. There's no reason that it would be particularly heretical. Scholar, nothing really wrong with the fairies. White Mage, again, I mean, I guess it'd be surprising if someone knew their history, but that's about it. Astrologian, went over that. Sage, there really shouldn't be a problem. Blue Mage, too.
There you are, Elio. My thanks for coming.
She thanked me for coming. What can I say? This site hosted a fierce battle, so says Professor Eric. Much blood was spilled between knights and dragons. This makes it an ideal place for our tests.
As you know, in order to open the chakra of the opposing aspect, one ordinarily has to fight an individual trained in that aspect. However, it does not suit us to duel one another to the death. And so we theorized, instead of each other, what if disciples from each sect were to fight independently within a close proximity? Influenced by their presence, the aether that pervades a battleground may be tricked into opening an opposing chakra within each combatant. Without further ado, let us put this theory to the proof. Please, seek out likely opponents nearby, as formidable as you can manage, and fight them with all your might. Wittigeld and I shall do the same.
Yes, this quest was way out there for travel when I did it a while ago. Yeah, I mean, it's like, honestly, it's the easier, it would have been smarter to just go to the Forelands and go from Tailfeather. Oh, right, I see, I have to go over there. I also find it hysterical that I did Google and the armor I got from Monk is literally the Sharlayan, like, clothing that a bunch of them wear if you actually go to Sharlayan. Apparently Sharlayan's just full of monks. There it is. Fuck that Baron from the Machinist questline. Yeah. Not surprising. I mean, like, the Machinist questline is a lot of classes and bullshit. I take umbrage at that wired.
I take Astridge. Umbridge and Astridge. Well played, well played. Sloppeh! Giggity. Wouldn't this questline been better for Stormblood or Shadowbringers? Well, Shadowbringers was always meant to be for the capstone, so definitely not Shadowbringers. And then the thing is that the ideas of Shadow and Light and Astral and Umbral and Balance are things that have been present in the story well before Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers just brings them more to the fore. The same way that like a bunch of Aetherology lessons that are taught you by like Montaigne and Endwalker are actually all in this, even in the MSQ if you're paying attention. They just like reaffirm them and clarify them some. I mean, there is at least one big reveal in about the polarities of Astral and Umbral and their associations with light and darkness. But that said, that would have, if you've been paying close attention, you would have noticed that like these associations don't make sense if we hold to them as they should be, because dark being umbral, but the seventh Emerald Calamity being one of darkness and astrality doesn't make sense. But which is stated, it's clarified and stated even in Binding Coils that that it's one of astral and also associated with darkness, which seems odd. So even that could have been figured out ahead of time. As for Stormblood, no, because the Stormblood makes more sense, right? Because this is a really good preparatory for the idea of broadening what it is to be a monk. But in Stormblood, what you're ending up dealing with is the history and legacy of Alamigo and the Fists of Ralgar and the monks themselves, rather than just broadening the scope of chakras and deepening your connection with Wittergeld. And especially with Wittergeld's doubt and self-loathing issues that come about in the Stormblood quest, it makes far more sense for that to be that relationship there. I actually think the cadence of what the main arc of each monk quest is a very very good lineup. I don't think it's Capstone is one of the strongest, but I don't think it's one of the weakest either. And it at least pays off both pugilist and monk rather than just monk or just pugilist. Be on your guard, Elio. He is Rahatia, leader of the Sect of Shadow. He comes to take back Ochoka. Take back? Take back? What an idiotic notion. She's a traitor to our sect, and I am here to silence her. We will not allow it. You must defeat us first. You? You are disciples of the Sect of Light, and one who surpasses Wittergeld's besides. Aye, that you haven't opened your seventh chakra is plain to my senses. An idea occurs to me, a peaceful way to end this meeting. We need not fight one another, you and I. T'Chaka, you are to slay Wittergeld and open your seventh chakra. Once you have accomplished this, return to me, and Zenitsa shall come to no harm. As for you, adventurer, if you will then swear to serve me, I shall release Zenitsa and T'Chaka both. A fair trade, is it not? You need not answer right in this moment. If you agree to these terms, come to the ruins south of Little Alamigo, and I shall wait you there. Think on it, but not over long, or I cannot guarantee that there will be much of Zenitsa left to retrieve.
Every member of the forum is a highly trained monk. Now I'm just imagining Fortunel coming onto the field of battle punching shit. All of them can 1-inch punch you to death. Montaigne just coming out into the battle. Turns out, like, well, no, because Matoya I don't think actually was on the forum, so Matoya wouldn't. I tried to fight him, but he was too strong. Far stronger than I had imagined. Such is the might of he who has opened all 14 chakras. None alive can fight him on equal footing, not even Elio. One thing bothers me. The Sect of Light was destroyed, yet Harahatia has opened all 14 chakras. How did he do this? He was present for the massacre of the temple. He attacked and slew a priest of your sect, and in so doing opened the 7th chakra of light. As we cannot hope to defeat him. Alas, our test was a failure. My chakra did not open, and neither did yours, am I correct? Oh, I forgot to turn off my helmet. What am I to do? Oh, Zenitsa. I want to save you, but I cannot and will not kill Wittergeld. I feel so powerless. What's rally for Eorzean? Is it like the punch? Elio, that's a fucking terrible rally. You're just like tip punching her and hoping it gets better. Oh, okay, it worked. I'm wrong.
Please forgive my pitiful display. You're right, Elio. I mustn't despair. Zenitsa and I used to be as birds in a cage. Serving Rahatia was the only life we knew. But all that changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I mean, when we met the two of you. You opened our eyes to a world of infinite possibilities. So much more is possible than I had ever dared dream. And so I won't give up hope. There is no way to defeat Rahatia. There's a way to defeat Rahatia, and we need but find it. We will rescue Zenitsa without my raising a hand against Wittergeld. Without your offering yourself as Rahatia's thrall.
There is time. Let us return to Revenant's Soul. There we shall make a plan.
I'm silently hoping the forum outfit to be available so when people ask why I wear it, it's my clown costume. Isn't the forum costume... Don't you get that from one of the side quests? The, like, finding stuff side quest? Am I crazy? Or maybe that's not the forum costume. Maybe it's like a version of one of the Charlian costumes. If I send nonsensical messages, please keep in mind I'm literally fighting with a 2-month-old kitten who has claimed the keyboard as his bed. I mean, that's an understandable reason to be sending random shit. Also, every message you guys send just promotes our channel more, because the more people who like, if there's a lot of people like typing and sending messages and chatting and engaging, it's more likely to recommend the video ultimately. So, I mean, like, I'm never gonna be... That said, I mean, like, if you just spam the same thing or nonsense, it doesn't really work, but if you guys, like, are... It, like, figures out if people are spamming stuff, but...
Professor Eric has loaned us his tomes. Uchaka has scours them for ways to open your final chakra. Perhaps you will find something, perhaps not. Meanwhile, we must do what we can. Hone our minds and our bodies for the battles to come.
The battles to come. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and help us grow the channel. Maybe get some guest scions beyond Eorzean. Hey, maybe we could just do maybe we need to do another cosplay funding. I'm just saying, like, maybe there's another character people want us to do, especially as we get into Shadowbringers and Walker. Me playing Medion for all, me just dressed as Medion for all of Elpis. No, actually, I would love to do dress as Hermes for all of Elpis. That would be fun. Sometimes you just need a good tip punch, I guess. I mean, look, whatever you're into, Jellybean. Though I feel like I don't think Elio could even tip punch you because like a little bit like. Maybe tip punching works sometimes. Hey, sometimes all you need is a little arousal to get going. I don't think Ralger would approve of this. I don't know. I feel like knowing Ralger, he'd be like. I don't know that's against Ralger's seal of approval, is all I'm saying. Side quest, yes. People mistake you as a forum member. Yes. Okay. It's a cross between priest robes and a business suit. Yes. Let the cat roll over on the keyboard. All the messages. It's the forum outfit. Unfortunately, it was a temporary quest wherein you wear it and scares Charlie and student with them. It's just that side quest. Okay. Message from cat is not spam. Message from cat is most important news. That sounds like a Gobby line. Message from cat is not spam. Message from Curl is not spam. Message from Curl is important news. Gobby thinks so. The battle is to come. To coom. Message from cat are as important as new prophecies from the Oracle of Delphi. An interesting choice of reference point, but not wrong. Elzen mistakes what a tit for tat means. Do I just punch my cheek if I'm supposed to punch my tat? Or is it this cheek? I think it's this cheek, right? It's the right side. Yeah. I'll start the fight if that makes you feel better. I can go for those Elzen shins, no problem.
Time is running out. Denitsa's life will soon be forfeit. We must act now. Alas, we did not find it. A way to open the 7th chakra, but we must act nonetheless. Ochaka has gone to Little Alamigo. She fears for a friend. Let us join her.
Oh good, we hit 60. That was perfect timing, because otherwise we may have been having to do something. My friend says it'll be added and the quest is a test to see how it fits on all the models. No, because I think your friend's right, it'll be added, but that's not really how that production pipeline works. Because the thing is that if they're gonna do it at all, they're gonna do it. And the thing is that they already make it so you can, all the races can wear it because all the races can do that quest, which means the work has already been done. The main thing that would stop them is if in the files, which I bet you it is, it's not treated as multiple pieces. It's actually just one body piece that they apply to an NPC model and applies the whole thing. I may be wrong. I don't know that. But if that's the case, then the problem is that if they wanted to make it something everyone could wear, they would need to find a way to part it all out or make it a costume on somewhere that you could get somewhere like on the Moogle store. Or, I mean, they potentially could get it in game as, like, maybe a reward for something, but it would still be applied not in pieces, but as a singular unit. But I would assume that that's part of why, as well as maybe... I mean, part of that have just been that sometimes they actively don't want certain costumes to be allowed for various story reasons. You know, for instance, like, they're not allowing for Gaius's armor. But, you know, they tend to sometimes change their mind. When I hear her name, I think of Ochakazuke. I don't know who that is. But the thing is about the test fitting for models is they already did test fit and confirmed it works for the models because everyone can wear it when they made it for the quest. If they couldn't, they wouldn't have released the quest. Speaking as someone that's done crimes, there's only Hrothgar, Ro, Midlander, Mikote, Eorzean, and Highlander as bodies. They technically only have to build it for 3 bodies and adjust it for things. Yeah. Actually, I think actually Hrothgar Ro is Hrothgar Ro same file, but it is adjusted slightly because they do have different body bending. Also, actually, no. I can tell you that Midlander and Eorzean are 100% different bodies as far as the game is talking about, as far as the game's considered, because of how the models for the ancients are made. So unless you mean in terms of like stretching, but they actually, yeah, they don't share the same type. Dove, good to see, glad to have you. Like Eorzean neck or Hrothgar fur. Yes. Well, but so like the thing is that the Eorzean proportions for the body itself are also actually different than the Hyur. Because if you look at characters like Themis and then look at a different ancient, they're actually like, not just look at them, but look at them in files, you can tell that one's like literally an Eorzean body and one is denoted as a Hyur body. Oh, Ochazuke is a food. Okay. This is for everyone. Which NPC would you want to have in a Mog station? Like NPC outfit? Alice and Walker fit. Yeah. Maybe they changed it recently? No, because this is how it's been for well over 2 years. You've clearly never committed crime. No, I have, because like I've committed many crimes while working on the back end with them. For this channel, I have committed many a crime.
Zenitsa is still alive, but I fear she'll not remain so much longer. But moments ago, she was taken to the ruins in the south. You will have already heard, but I could not find a bloodless way to open the chakra of an opposing aspect. Thus far, you've opened 13 chakras, the most of thus 3. But one more and you could face Rahatia as an equal. Fight me, Elio, and make me a final chakra yours.
This isn't the way. This is not the way.
Listen to Elio. He speaks this truth. It is not the way. We need power, that is true, but at what cost? If you died, Zenitsa would grieve. Victory would have no meaning. Remember my words. All our chakra may not be open, but we have each other. Together we can defeat Rahatia, and we can rescue Zenitsa. The disciples of the sects once fought side by side. Let us do so again, as we did in days of old. Thank you, Wittergeld. I shall stand with you.
So I'm trying to understand what you mean, like saying that Midlander, Mikote, and Eorzean aren't different because their body, like the proportionality of the outfits are fundamentally different. And the thing for like Rose stuff is that, like, it's the same when in terms of the background how they're developed. They're still like just straight stretched and enlarged to be fitted. Because the thing is, they do have to build it for more than 3 because you literally cannot apply. Like, so for instance, if you applied this costume on a Hyur, like even just this normal outfit, it's not the same proportions. Like, it is still, it can be stretched and stuff, but it is still, like, different proportionality.
First, I will try to persuade Rahatia. Convince him to see my reason, but if words fail, be ready for a fight.
If you have mod for, say, Eorzean male body, it will affect your Midlander and Mikote male bodies, too. Right, but that may be about the modders. Not about, like, for instance, that may be about how the mod's designated as a target, rather than development. I'm talking about how things are developed.
We go to confront Rahatia. Are you ready, brother?
Like, because I don't even know, for instance, if modders don't, like, just add immediate qualifiers for that and don't worry about it. So, like, they just have it so, like, they're different proportions, but technically it's the same body type. Yeah, I would, as far as I understand it from the back end, that's not the case, especially because the body types are also what designate things like if you auto-apply a character's racial clothing. That's how it knows what racial clothing to apply to.
Hear me, Raha. We've come in... we come, but not to accept your demands. Nay, we would remind you of the past, of the true nature of our order.
Our two sects once fought beside each other, not against. Together we can achieve much. Let us join hands, brother, and rebuild the Fist of Rhalgr. Cowards like you bring shame upon our order. Plainly, it is you who needs to be reminded of our true nature. The arduous training to hone mind and body, the blood we spill and shed, all of it is for no other purpose but to honor the Destroyer. We pay him great tribute by dueling to the death. In return, he grants us great power, the power of all 14 chakra. Meanwhile, over in the Amphalos, Rhalgr being like, what the fuck? By consorting with the royal house, the disciples of light lost sight of their true nature. For this, Rhalgr visits destruction upon them. But in his wisdom, you were spared that your existence, feeble though it is, might serve to raise us higher. Upon your battered bodies, the Fist of Rhalgr shall be restored to its former glory. You are wrong. The sect of light was undone, but not as you say. We misused our power. We turned it upon our own people. For this we were cast down. Now you misuse your power. You turn it upon your own comrades. It is the same. It will end the same. You will destroy yourself as we did. Do not make the same mistake, brother. If we are to survive, we must find another way. A way to prosper together, or we shall perish in vain. All of us. Though we have power to those who have power must choose. You must choose. With it you will pave the way for life, or will you destroy it? Surely the choice is clear. I grow weary of your blathering. You have already declared your unwillingness to meet my demands. There's not more to discuss. Take the adventurer alive. He will yet prove useful to us. Kill the rest.
This is the Wario Rogue Raha's Mario?
What?
Oh, because of Raha knives. And honestly, like, now I just want to see, like, Wario Graha. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, one of you did dress up as Luigi. You think you can defeat me? Fools.
Impressive. Mayhap a different approach is in order. Beware, Elio. I sense a torrent of energy.
By the way, this morning I was playing and I did a trial roulette. And for the first time, I got to play the new King Magomon. Wow, what is that? That is, like, it's not an amazing fight, but it is so much better. It does such a better job of communicating basics and, like, things that you should learn. Also has a duo tank buster in it. They freaking teach you how to do a stacks tank buster this early in the game, and I am here for it. Is Tia like the tribal name, or is it just really common Kota name? No, so there's only Tia and Noon. Noons are the breeding males and the leaders of the tribe, and Tia means that you are just not the Noon, effectively. So there's only one Noon per letter. Tia and Noon are more like cultural signifiers when you're in the pecking order, yeah. And that's not for all Mikote, that's just for Seekers of the Sun. Keepers of the Moon have different nomenclature and is rooted in mothers bearing names, passing their names on. Also, their names are supposed to be, many of them are supposed to be as old as the first Astral themselves. But that's why there's like the Eliapo, like Zlo and Chloe, or Zloe and Chloe, however you're supposed to say them. The Eliapo name you'll see elsewhere with people who they may not even necessarily be related to. Or they might be, but only distantly.
Zenitsa, are you alright? You came. Thank you. So you have turned against me, the both of you. Have you forgotten who it was that saved you all those years ago? But I pride myself on being a forgiving man. In lieu of an apology, I shall accept your life force.
Okay, so apparently he can just do that.
Your power is mine. Be glad, my wayward pupils, that you were useful to me at the end. Magnificent. My body is a raging furnace. It shall be as child's play to unleash my ultimate technique. It ends here.
Bitch, please.
What? Can it be? Your final chakra is opened.
That's one explanation, which means that Elio is now equal with Rahatia. If we fight together, we may yet triumph.
Triumph, you say? I do not recall having raised such foolish children. Elio is a suckling babe with his new chakra, while my entire being is fairly ablaze with the life energy of 3 monks. It matters not how many of you there are. You cannot hope to defeat me.
I'm about to dig this knife so far up your ass. It's tough to be a god. Tread where mortals have not tread, yeah. Rogger looks at this insanity and is just like, yeah.
Focus on Master Elio. We'll keep the rest occupied.
Noon are the leaders, Tiers are not, yeah. Not enough forsooths. Look, it's hard to be doing, like, to actually be doing the lines and stuff correctly while also trying to play the game is its own challenge. You want some forsooths? Give me some lines to read. You have some Eorzean lines from the story you want me to go for? I'll hit them, but elsewise, I got enough going on. Oh, it looks like the CXXR. You said that dread words that will no longer leave my mind. I honestly don't even know which one I was referencing. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, but you're short and he's tall, Ross. Sloppeh. I like how they barely even try to explain how he took that power. I mean, like, yeah, it really, I mean, okay, here's the thing. The way that they channel power from the surroundings for their chakra is such that
Playtime is over. Prepare yourself.
it's such that it makes sense potentially that he could be drawing on their chakra.
Something comes. Be careful.
Something comes. Let's go focus on these guys for a second. Fluffy, good to see you, glad to have you. Don't forget your positionals, Monk's best CPs. I'm not giving a shit about positionals right now. One, I find positionals very annoying if I'm not in content where they're required. And two, there's enough chaos going in, I'm having to maintain chat. On top of that, if I need them, I can always use True North, and beyond that, like, which I know is not actually a replacement for positionals. Also, everyone, do your positionals, don't do as I'm doing. But I am trying to manage many things. Also, I will get through this fight whether or not I do them. But yes, you are correct. I should be doing them. Ah, yes, my favorite quote from Uri has to be, "Mine milk." Oh, yeah, Bling, you missed it. We did that earlier, yeah. "Mine milkshake bringeth all thine gentlefolk to mine yard." A test of your reflexes. You have a healer in the bunch right now. Do we? Death gripes doth go sort off hardy. I get what? I have no idea what you're referencing, Duff. Work. Indeed, lady. Des, good to see you, glad to have you. We need more seers go the gods such as Thal's balls. We need more swears that go such as Thal's balls. Actually, we have things like Nufka's tits. I mean, you know. There's also one for like Limb Lane. There's like by the Navigator and stuff.
It is over. Zanitsa is safe. Together we achieve the impossible. Yet my heart is heavy. I failed to convince Rahatia. Every step I take, blood is spilled. Within my power, I know only destruction.
That is not true, Bittergelt. A monk's power can also be used to save, like you saved us. We have a favor to ask you. If you're still intent on rebuilding the Fist of Ralgr, we would lend you our aid.
We'd bring whoever's left of our sect. Together we can restore the order to the way it used to be, with disciples of light and shadow by our side. And together, we can think about what powers means to us. Thinking about it alone, your mind's liable to take you to dark places. Better to have comrades who share your cause, I reckon.
With Rahatia gone, Elio is the only soul I left who has opened all 14 chakra, and a soul of gentleness he is. He did not seek power for its own sake, yet he has reached the zenith of our art. In so doing, he has shattered our old preconceptions and shown us another path. And in opening his final chakra by stopping Master's technique, he has given us hope that there's a way to open all chakras without bloodshed.
Thank you, Denitsa, Oshaka. Together we will create a new path, and forge a new way. Elio, it is you, our shining example, that we turn to. You are our star. We look up to it. We strive to reach its heights. The way may be dark, and it may be filled with hardships, but come what may, we will forge on towards your light. Promise me this, brother. Ever you use your power for good and for the realm. Forge ahead.
But yeah, for positionals, I don't have the muscle memory for Monk especially, but in general, because I don't tend to play much DPS. So I can't like do everything I need to do while also maintaining them. But if I was doing something like EX or Savage, I would be shutting the fuck up and playing correctly. Do as Elio says, not as he does. Indeed. Okay, now we can start 3.5. Oh, hey, perfect. Technically, we're actually finishing up the final quest of 3.4. I will forever be traumatized by Devil May Cry 4's theme song going, "The time has come and so have I," every single time you enter the fight.
The time has come, and so have I.
Wait, doth this mean thou wert listening when I delivered mine lecture on the Pixies? God, I love Zorianche. Well, what would be the issue if they tried to bring the Gaia and Yotsuya outfit to the game? Issue? I don't know if it's issue. It's just effort. They have to make it fit for everyone. And they have to know that people would buy it. And that takes dev resources. And also, they have to consider, has it been long enough since the characters were introduced? I assume that's part of like what happened with Lisa's dress and the Omega outfit. Because those didn't come out until Endwalker, which was 2 expansions after Shadowbringers.
Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. And this is when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals.
Leave them to me. I will go back to Zarak and secure them.
The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing of the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones.
Remember, this is right after losing Minfilia.
I should go and find Yita and Papalymo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness.
Ali say about a bitch and out.
You must be tired, Elio. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians in white at the Great Library, I tried not to think the worst. You'd never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Elio, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refugee of thine own choosing. Once my lady have regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light.
What would be the issue? So issue, again, like, it's not issue, it's just always an opportunity cost. I think people, like, they have to send a dev to that. They have to make sure that outfit works for all jobs without any major issues. They have to decide if it's going to go up on the market board, the Mog Station. If it's going up on the Mog Station, they have to make sure that it's not being put up right after, so they've put up another outfit, so that way they're not just, like, putting a whole bunch of crap on the Mog Station. Like, there are a bunch of considerations. Whether or not you consider those being good enough for the reasons is up to you. But there are reasons that are not just, like, but there, sometimes it is, though. They just didn't consider that a lot of people wanted it. Or they just haven't got enough feedback of people saying, we really want this. That's not usually the case, but it can be. As always, forge ahead. Enemies' lifelines were bouncing up and down. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, everyone has healing skills, even if you don't have a healer. I leveled Monk on Ryder till I hit Sam, so positionals are baked into me. See, I leveled Monk and Sam, but the thing is that they're only baked into you if you're doing content where you need to do them. So, like, if you're only doing dungeons and, like, other than bosses, you're, like, most of the time you're doing AoEs and stuff. And so, like, or if you're doing PvP, if you're not doing, like, trials as much, like, I played all of Stormblood when I played through it as Monk and Samurai. But the other thing is that the game doesn't actually promote you to do them. Like, it doesn't emphasize doing them at all. And if you don't, like, have flying numbers or anything, you know, you're not necessarily rewarded for knowing you're doing any particularly better. And there's already a lot to the tooltips. So, like, you know, there's already a lot going on. So it says targets flank, right? So, like, it is better from the flank. But at the same time, Yeah. I'm an avid, not a huge fan on positionals, but you know, I've been that overly so everyone knows. Well met, Elio. Alfino said you would be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zarak?
Actually...
The 9S outfit's a little bit different.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it is.
I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming.
Alfino, I believe it is past time Yida and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I fear our investigations would benefit from your most dispassionate perspective, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence.
Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures.
We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you.
Oh, I need to turn back into Dragoon.
Yida's Ralgar be praised, it is you! Yida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution.
This is the... I mean, it's not the first time that they've hinted at this, but this is like the first time that they're really getting at it.
Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Yida most of all. Aye, Yida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older.
Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that, and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we're still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyways, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive and stuff at the time, and as you can see, I am completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now, I've got to hurry back to headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for all of us. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Honestly, it's worth remembering, though, that, tricking Gundaball probably can trick most people. Let us return to the Rising Stones.
As the song goes, my milkshake bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard. And lo, they reply, 'tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I would slevy a fee.
Hells take me for giving you that mask. Which is the second time he says that. He also says that in Aroma Reborn. I remember the lyrics by heart at this point. Do you think Urianger feels slightly guilty for causing unnecessary pain towards the Warrior of Light and Shadowbringers? I think he absolutely feels guilty. I mean, Endwalkers explicitly answers that question. I would say that the text and the story explicitly answer that question in a way that doesn't require any kind of just play the section on Mari Lem and Torum or watch those cutscenes over again if you don't know what I'm referring to. Definitely not sus at all, yeah. And it isn't slight, yeah. Urianger is too caring to not to give a fuck and not feel guilty. He feels guilty about all of it, but he's just desperately trying to do what he thinks is right. Whether or not you're good with that is up to every individual. Where's Anor? Where's the Cockburn?
You needn't say the word, Elio. I know.
I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she will always be with us.
Welcome home, Elio. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he's delivered them safely into the Templar Knight's care, will you join us here, and we declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl, and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the
future.
By the way, if you like my current cosplay, don't forget that current goal is to get Deathpool cosplay, and you guys can decide what cosplay we'll dress him as.
Graha Deadpool.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Oof.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Deadpool is Kryl. I love it.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is,
7.0
if there are
Kryl.
no objections.
Deadpool is Deadpool.
So we can all agree we want more Kryl,
You will
right?
always be
Like we
welcome
can
here,
all agree
Kryl.
on that. Oh, you bet you're welcoming her, Alfino. Enjoy y'all's relationship while you're
Eorzean,
still relatively close to
Can
her
we
height.
trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities.
Some of you.
That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering.
I mean, he did, yeah, but it also
But
makes
I will
sense,
suffer
right,
no
Cathra?
titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Think about it. Thancred lost
Well
everything.
then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Man, what if they let you like pick a bunch of different answers? Honestly, that would have been a great moment to let you. Oh, good, you actually do. Oh, awesome. I'm so used to them not giving you that shit. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door. Yes. How can you not pick Louis Suave? For those we've lost. And those we can yet
Indeed.
save.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship. And
Really,
the path
lady?
before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm. And I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Synchronized nodding. Famous Scion pastime. Greatest of skills. Oh, looks like everybody wants Deadpool's cryo. Well, I guess we'll have to raise the money for that and get the... Pablima's glands. Oh my god, yes. Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. It goes a long way to supporting us, making this whole thing more sustainable, and also allows me to do things like give Deadpool a treat. Speaking of Deadpool, actually the door might be closed. I'll get him in a second. I say he's a smart cookie wickedness. Olympic competitive nodding, yep.
Look at them, Elio. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
Did you open the door? Oh, buddy. 1, 2, 3. Oof, ah. Would you like to get down? There you go. Good job, buddy. He's a very smart pupper.
But I know that we will find out together.
Oh, also, so we'll probably be doing this either tomorrow or maybe I'm thinking next community stream is when we'll do it. Maybe that'll be a good time to do it. But yeah, next community stream, that's when we'll do it. So this Saturday. But I got an extra copy of Chronicles of Light. For some reason, they sent me 2 instead of only 1. So if anyone would like this, you may want to attend this Saturday's community stream.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
Just over us chatting, people chatting over with Aenor.
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Don't give him the staff. All good, Auroria.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Oh, dumb. Glorious.
There is cause to hope.
Where there is life, there is cause to hope. I'm actually really loving how many
For every
lines.
ending, every parting marks a new beginning.
The level of lines that are in 3.4, and I think 3.4 was almost certainly exclusively written by Ishikawa, and the amount of it that is relevant to especially something like Endwalker is just like the amount of lines that are relevant in multiple ways, like the notion of, you know, where there is life, there is hope, and what that means for places like Ultima Thule. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on this glorious day. True believers, are they so readily led? I have given them everything they desired, all of which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. Actually, let me parse that line. Be it a host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. Yeah, it's really interesting that they, I mean, like, the first was so close to just being another 13th. As for the pawns of whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift which I do now present to you. Fuck! It's a good thing that when they're used this time, it's the last time that it's ever a problem. This coming patch. Only that time. Purple, good to see, glad to have you, and hi. The eyes of Nidhogg, many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Other candidates, you could have imagined maybe someone like Xenos or Yotsuyu, or potentially candidates in Mirror City. Oh, hey, here's another shot. I mean, it doesn't make sense because of Omega, but there's another shot here of... I need to remember this shot because this is good for footage if I need something of the Cardinal Flats. You could definitely imagine, though, you know, if they wanted to cause more chaos in Dalmasca, if they, you know, if they wanted to cause... They could give it to, like, some of the, like, Bajan resistance. So it was here all along. It's been a while. He's here, boys. Oh, you just wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Is that Albert Wesker looking motherfucker? You're not wrong. He absolutely does look like an Albert Wesker looking motherfucker. I absolutely agree with that bling, and I think it every time. I told her everything that has happened. She needed to know, and I thought it'd be best if it came from me. He thought it'd be best if it came from him. It's a strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. In that moment, she departed in the realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to us. In those final moments, she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So I will too, Elio. I will. You know, if Reen... Also, hey, the Nutkin's here.
Look at that Nut King sucking on them nuts. Okay, Aenor, what you got to say?
But I have precious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. Sloppeh! Oh, Aenor. Oh, fucking Aenor. Believe me, I know all too well the burden that is a precocious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us. Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity. Wait, don't you drag me into this mess! God, I love fucking Aenor. I love that book because they make it so hard to find those stories on the lodestone. I don't think they're that hard. You literally just type in Tales from the Blank and it pops up immediately. Like if you type in Tales from the Blank onto Google, it'll like Tales from the Dawn, Tales from the Shadow. It'll be the first thing that pops up. I need some nip tape to solve that problem. Totally making that stuff up. Man, those eyes sure do look familiar. I wonder where those eyes come from. Oh well, better not think about it. See, didn't he say void in a way that implies not just too much light or dark, but something else? Or did I misread that again? No, so void is a term for something, did he say, see, didn't he say void in a way that implies not just too much light? So the thing is, a void is a place that is no longer usable. It's devoid of life. It's like that. The void is a catch-all term that is used by the Eorzeans to mean broadly things that are not understood and can be used for the 13th, the Interdimensional Rift, and other places as well. When it comes to the Ascians, it's typically referring to places like the Chrysalis, the 13th, or what would happen if the first was totally consumed by light. Effectively devoid of life, devoid of use, because it is, you know, an empty, barren husk. Nero's great. He's such an asshole, but he's still likable at the same time. Yeah. I mean, he's great value, Albert Wesker. He's a touch taller than Albert Wesker. Yeah. Way to force him? Yeah, no. Aenor constantly is trying to get herself in between two boulders, but every so often also tries to get Clemens involved. They're literally being the stereotypical. Did I miss Gosetsu? No, Gosetsu might be at the very end here. Ah, Elio, just the heroes I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet with the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Tales from the Dark Side. I've hit 1980s horror anthology TV series. It's a bad place if you want to avoid. Yeah, not the void, a void, yeah. Okay, so revoid, I swear at some point in the story that refers to the 13th as void. Yes, which I hope is not a spoiler to say the false one. No, that's a thing that's even since 1.0 has been a thing. The 13th is referred to as the void by a lot of people on Eorzea before they understand what it is. Once they understand it's a reflection, which has also been explained to us at this point, even just by doing the Warring Triad, but even before that, we are aware that, that's like, the reason that they're called void sent. So you know the rift you travel through, this is not really too much spoiler, in Shadowbringers, that's the interdimensional rift. It is a specific thing, but it is also called the void by some people because it's effectively, oh, we don't understand this thing that exists outside of normal metaphysics. They applied that term. In theory, a Sin Eater that ended up on if the Sin Eaters had ended up on the source instead of the first, they could have been called void sent because they were from the void because they didn't understand what it was they were from. But yeah, so the 13th is just the 13th, but also it's known colloquially as the Void as a byproduct of its mislabeling for many, many years. Which it's really not a retcon. It's something that is like established very early on within like the understandings of the world. That it's like, there's this thing that's being applied to, like for instance, the Ascians are not hanging out in the 13th, but where they're hanging out also gets called the Void by some people. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. I need to switch to Dragoon. Oh, gotta remember this, we were forcibly measured. I mean, who doesn't want to be forcibly measured? Gosetsu real soon now, trademark. Thank you, Ray Ray. Also, thanks for the lore question, Jubilant. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? I firmly believe the Warring Triad needs to be a story requirement, so I'll talk to you about that in a second. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. You may feel that way, and I, to an extent, do feel that way, but the problem is that enough people are already really annoyed that things like Crystal Tower or other things are required. If you keep heaping on, you're gonna lose more and more people. Which, it's stupid. It's stupid, you know, especially because the whole point's a freaking journey, but it's not stupid. That's mean and unfair. I don't agree, and
disabuse the notion to an extent, but it is still true for enough people that, you know, and the thing is, if you're going to add that trial series, you have to argue why you wouldn't add the weapons, why you wouldn't add the Four Lord, like the other trial series, and why not the raids, and why not all Alliance raids. Because all of them are as much or more lore important. Like, the Shadows over Mach is just as lore important. Evilise is just as lore important, even if it's kind of disconnected. Agalea is clearly just as, if not way more lore important. The Four Lords becomes very, very relevant in a number of ways. In terms of talking about the raids, things like Alexander, fucking important. Omega, fucking important. On like a number of levels, both to Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Eden, really motherfucking important. Pandemonium, I don't know. Maybe it's not that important other than being really fucking important. So, all that to say, it becomes a difficult conversation if you include all those things, especially because the level of difficulty involved is not high, but it is higher in doing those contents than in not. And because of that, people who might struggle to do that content, which there are some, may be put off by it. Also, when and where you require them becomes a problem. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Yo, good to see you, glad to have you. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Elio. All in good time. Alright, now get naked. Aha, I found you. Look, if I'm being told to get naked because a royal woman wants to measure me, I can't get my clothes off fast enough.
Alfino wants everyone in Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it is about, but he seemed to think it was important.
Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Tara being the weaving gremlin. Yeah, I love this scene. I love how many versions of this scene you get in the game. I love that this happens at least 3 times. Well, you don't want to wrap too tightly, because you want to make sure that you give space for, like, seam allowance and stuff. I mean, like, you can also calculate in seam allowance, but...
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Eorzean has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
To be fair, Yukio, we're tired from the measuring.
Yes, but
They may have
for
measured
what
everything.
exactly. We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Why do I feel like some of you are
Thank you,
seeing
Eorzean.
Alice as
It
your
is the very
spirit
subject
animal?
of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Alice,
Is that all?
Alfino, that's
Oh, then
literally
the
your skill
decision
set.
seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I gotta switch to Dragoon. Someone remind me to switch to Dragoon after this cutscene.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office.
Thanks, Dest.
I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well,
Logistics,
based on merit
relationships,
alone, a certain
direction-
adventurer would be my
director.
choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Primary lead, well, it's like duties, like, well, no, I mean, like, those are duties, though. Those are actual duties. And then on top of that, being one of the only ones with the Echo, and also used to being the Path of the, Circle of Knowing, the Path of the 12, you know, like, she was also in command of a whole retinue of people beforehand. But, like, logistics is a task. Remember, Alfino didn't join until recently. You know, making sure people are sent out on the appropriate missions and are aware of the comings and goings, as well as doing the politicking necessary, was one of this, not only her skill sets, but something that she had been doing for years at that point. Dragoon. You asked. Let me catch up with this. Warring Triad is a requirement to finishing the Shadowbringer's side story requests after the role quests. Yes. Well, AC, yes. I mean, like, plenty of things are require you non-MSQ to do things, to do other things non-MSQ. It's not talking about, people aren't talking about that. Talking about required in terms of the MSQ directing you to do them, like with Crystal Tower currently. I think is more the point. I think it should be recommended in the same place job quests are. They do it early on in the Chocobo Companion quest, so it's def possible. Well, then they already do. They already recommend and point out the Warring Triad quests, and that, like, there's someone waiting for you in the someone to go talk to over in the Rising Stones. So, like, to be fair, they do, in terms of as much as they do recommend you to do job quests, which they don't recommend you to do job quests. They yes, they offhandedly nod towards it. But they already do that. I mean, they already have, like, at the end of the like, when an expansion when it ends, they even have, like, a video telling you Pandemonium's coming, or stuff like that. Same time, Omega is comparatively not easy and actually sort of long. Omega's not any longer than Alexander or Eden. Omega's the exact same length, and also in terms of difficulty, it's really not. A lot of them are more puzzle than they are, like, hard fights. In fact, if anything, I find Omega to be probably the easiest. No, that's not true. Alex is probably easier. But the thing is that Alex is clunky in some ways. Yeah. Whereas heavy encouragement rather than quest, I'll need to finish that last Omega raid at some point. What is a descendant? Do you mean antecedent? Is that what you mean, Yukio? What was the point of Minfilia's role? You asked, like, the duties, yeah. So this is the real Eorzean. Rip, good to see you, glad to have you. I mean, like having a little thing under the MSQ bar of the list.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
I'll get to that after we get through here.
Oh my goodness, help! I need some help here!
Has the man arrived? Antecedent just means the thing that came before. Oh no,
Tataru, are you all right?
Minago. I totally forgot Minago showed up here.
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
I totally forgot Minago showed up here.
God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good.
Is that for
What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason.
Well, also she had the echo.
But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
They don't need to, they just need to drag you into war.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Dragoon. Remember to do Dragoon.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Okay, alternative pitch.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
Thank you, guys. None of this is foreboding. Alternative pitch. Noir story with Papalymo.
Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
More than likely kill on sight, knowing our kill count. Well, I mean, we were kill on sight long before that. But the thing is that you get an explicit explanation of how they view you during Endwalker, and the thing is how that perspective on it has been the case for a long, long time at that point. God, okay, do not whisper me. You can just use the chat. Like, just leave. Do not need a lot of dings going off of everyone reminding me all of a sudden out of nowhere. Where's Gay Bulge when you need it? What? I have to get more of you guys doing Archon in order to get it. Sadly, we only have a limited finite number of viewers and a number of people with Archon. But let me catch up. There were some interesting questions people got. I mean, like having a little thing under the MSQ bar. So here's the problem, Jade, though. What happens? Oh, you're in Shadowbringers and you haven't done them yet. So now you've got 4 things all recommended here that are now like a huge list. What happens? Okay, so what happens if they're recommending all of the trial quests plus all the raids plus all the alliance raids? You now have a thing that's 12 things long because you get to Endwalker and you can't turn it off without turning off the MSQ thing up here. Like that's a really, and also at that point, if it's that level, the thing is that the game directs you similarly. Like it tells you to go do things. And if you want, and if you're at the point at which you're curious enough to go click on something like that, I feel like you're curious enough to like just go do the thing. Like again, I am of the mind that I would prefer they require most of them, at least if not the alliance raids. I mean, the problem is like it's more of a patchwork of what I think that they should require, because like I don't think they should require near. But why don't you require, which ones do you and which ones don't? But the fact that they don't require Alex and Omega, like, yeah, sure, the story still works well enough, but the game has to basically assume that you did them anyways, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense. Not as bad as 5.3 wouldn't make sense if you hadn't done Crystal Tower, because 5.3 would make no sense. If you're white mage, I think they may ask you to help as well. Oh, interesting. That's cool, Aaron. Until they basically organized everything, had a load of contacts. Yes, that's true. Yep. But also, it's important to remember, as leader of the Circle of the Path of the 12, she was one of the only ones with the Echo who like was trying to explain. The Echo was very, very rare, especially early in the 7th and late in the 6th, and so her gift in that put her in a position of power, as well as having to like lead others with the gift and trying to accrue them to their side. And then the Circle of Knowing and the Path of the 12 combined into one that became the Silence of the 7th Dawn. Something sloppy. Dragoon, we got it. I want noir, Papalimo, murder mystery in black and white. Yes, see? Where's Gay Bulge when you need it? Oh, hey, Jubilant, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Or not gifted, memberships. That's what they're called here. We are Xenos of Eorzea de Garlemald. Yeah, I mean, effectively, like they see us as a monster. That's how we're explained to many of the people. That's why they freak the fuck out. I mean, if you want an explanation of how they see us, go play Endwalker. So I take it we're infamous? Yeah, we're infamous. You can mute whispers. Yeah, but I don't want to have to individually mute them. It's not that I don't want to mute whispers. I'd rather people just respect stuff. Because they can be helpful. Naru, good to see you, glad to have you. Monomi desu? Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa! Ima wa, konbanwa! Ato... Daijoubu desu ka? Genki desu ka? Sumimasen, boku no nihongo wa chotto... Hi. The reputation of the warrior lies at the point in time before starting Stormblood. I mean, the reputation before starting Stormblood is still like the champion of Eorzea. We're not like quite the like thing that we're going to become later on to a lot of the people, but we are still known and an element. Like, remember that Varys has heard of us. Hydrus has heard of us. Like, it's, oh, Jubilant, thank you for another 5. When it becomes relevant, it happens on several occasions when you need to heal someone. Yeah, it's always love that. I think you can safely skip the trial series in Stormblood. They hinted importance MSQ, but honestly, you don't need to do it. It's cute and you should do it eventually, but yeah. I would disagree. Because the Four Lords is actually really important for understanding the metaphysics around a bunch of stuff, and to the same amount that Stormblood, to the same amount that the Warring Triad is. So the thing is, I wouldn't say that they're skippable any more than the Warring Triad is skippable. I just think most people think Warring Triad is less skippable because of the specific way it directly ties into Shadowbringers. However, the Four Lords also ties into a lot of other really key points of both aetherology and history. Whereas something like Nier, it just completely is disconnected from everything anyways. And again, I say that I'm really enjoying it. Like, I think you can make a case that like, you could make an honest case that Ivalice you can discount maybe because of the way that, like, it seems so weirdly fully removed. But the thing is, there's so many important characters. Also, you have to do it to do Balja. So, like, not really. Ivalice you can't skip over. But I mean, like, I'm more thinking about, like, the Ivalician aspects rather than the Dalmascian aspects. We can't separate those two. But no, I mean, like, you absolutely Ivalice as well. And then definitely Omega for Stormblood.
Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I'll summon Sir Aymeric.
To this day, I wish we got a clear explanation between the Blessing of the Light and the Echo. We do! The game does explain this! Okay, I gotta put out that video. I've been holding back putting out that video, but there is a clear delineation between the two that is explained by the game. The only reason it gets confusing is because people pay attention to what people are saying earlier on in the story when people are uncertain about what the difference between the two is. The Echo is a natural phenomenon that comes about as being an inheritor of an ancient soul. The Blessing of Light is a blessing granted by Hydaelyn. They are two different things. But if you want only people who have the Echo have never been granted the Blessing of Light. It's kind of like an umbral, astral, light, and dark thing. They are co-synchronous, but not completely synonymous. Sorry, I always get an overly into tiz every time. But yeah, no, the game does explain this.
It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it is much under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent you for some wine. But to the business, I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will come to send an envoy to attend the conflict in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of the full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. It would permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements. I thank you. Our representatives, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelo that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Elio, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on the way.
What I would like to know is how Yida got all that hair under that little hat. Skillfully. I mean, look, I've seen an amazing amount of hair get under a bald wig, so, like, man. Good at Japanese, thank you. Ha! Arigatou gozaimashita. Do a super chat, make Elio happy and say weird shit and still reverse, because the most stuff will happen. Last minute different truth.
If you have no other real business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment and we must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives.
Oh, it's required for Baja? Yes, because a bunch of elements of Evilise play into Baja, things like Mikoto and some of the characters and some of the concepts that are rooted in your time doing Evilise, as well as kind of Ultima's Auracite idea. As well, I mean, not just broadly the Auracite idea when it comes to the Cid stuff and the Bajan weapons, but also specifically when it comes to the way that they reuse the Luca V. So yeah. I mean, one, it is required. Two, it makes sense why it's required. Both of which were written by Matsuno. So that's also part of it. D, good to see you, glad to have you. Hi, Elio and everyone. It's nice to see Elio on his passionate lore discussions. I know, I love addressing lore issues and answering questions, but I do not always get enough. Maybe if I dress more often in Eorzean cosplay, people will think to ask me very dry questions on the lore and aetherology. Oh, it's required. You have the blessing if you have the echo. No. There are people who have the echo who do not have the blessing. That's like explicit. The blessing of light can be granted. He's not granted to everyone. If you do not have if you have not garnered the crystal and hearkened on to Hydaelyn's connection, you may not have the blessing of light. So you can absolutely have the echo, but not the blessing of light. For instance, the people on the first, some of them do have the echo, but not the blessing of light.
We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I can see that there was any real doubt as the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights. It is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. But that as I may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not when the link's scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend.
That said, if you have the echo, you are more likely to be able to hearken onto and hear Hydaelyn's call.
Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border.
I'm sorry for triggering. No, you didn't trigger me. Sorry, I get intense. I'm happy to answer that question. I'm not upset whatsoever. I actually get more excited to answer that. And the intensity also that comes apart as part of that is more rooted in the amount of times that people say, like, oh, the game doesn't say it. And it's like, well, I mean, the game has the info. The whole resonant that caused my confusion. Yeah, the resonant's weird, because the resonant is a synthetic echo, which makes it... The resonant is fucky. Like, it is explained, and it works, but the resonant adds an extra layer of complication to it on top. The resonant is just a synthetic echo, though, effectively. And is applied to someone without being an inheritor of an ancient soul.
The garrison's commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Elio? You may see a familiar face.
Patch 3.0, various journeys await. Please enjoy. Thank you. Yes. Very excited, Naru. Thank you. Elio isn't triggered. He's just a huge nerd. True. Any theories as to who's the House of Commons representative? I know Americ is the House of Lords. I know it is maybe either in the short stories or somewhere said who it is. It's either one of the side quests, like the Machinist side quest, maybe. I know that information is in the game. Elio, old boy. How wonderful to see you. And Sir Americ, too. To what do I owe the unexpected pleasure?
I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse... Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honorai. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia's a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander.
It's like in the opening screen after character creation, you get bathed in white fire. That's the blessing? No, so the blessing you don't get until you get the crystal. Well, okay, so it gets complicated. It depends on if you consider your character if you were if you were the 1.0 Warrior of Light, because then you effectively already had it. If you aren't, it gets a little bit more wibbly wobbly. But that's why the mandala. You know the mandala you see when you pick up a crystal? The mandala is the blessing of light. That's why Midgard Summer can cancel out the blessing of light, but not the echo during Heaven's Word. During Heaven's Word, when Midgard Summer cancels out the blessing of light, it's because of his pact with Hydaelyn allows him to do so. But it does not allow him to cancel out your echo, as that is a native part of your being. That is also why, despite the fact that the blessing of light is canceled out by Midgard Summer, you still have the echo, which protects you from primal tempering. If it was sheerly the blessing of light alone that protected you from corruption, then you would not be able to fight primals at all during Heaven's Word, which you clearly are with Ravana, Bismarck, Thoradin. The other thing that's important to understand about that is that it is not, the echo protects you and the blessing of light doesn't. They are both forms of protection. They both offer protection. That is why there's a line later on in the game where someone references the blessing of light who knows exactly what the blessing of light is and says, it's a protective ward that would protect you from corruptions and stuff, which seems confusing to people because it's like, wait, I thought it was the echo that did that. And the answer is both have the capacity to do that. If they're together, it's like having a sword and armor, right? Or a shield and armor. You know, you don't just go, I have armor, so I couldn't possibly need a shield, or I have a shield, so I couldn't possibly need armor. They are compounding effect upon each other. I know people are making that video, but not everyone may watch that video, and giving this information to here and letting it be disseminated is important. Like wearing 2 condoms. Yeah, Gemini. Also, Gemini, good to see you, glad to have you. I don't know if I actually ever said that. Exactly. And Brendan, yes, hearts indeed. My money is Hilda, but I can't find concrete proof. I don't think so. Well, maybe. I might be wrong, but I wouldn't think so. I would definitely think I would definitely think of other people first, but maybe. I don't want to say no, because I don't know that. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage a war. Bloodletting comes as naturally breathing to a to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see, you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Yeah, Hilda doesn't seem the type for politics, but if she's a representative Jade, then it would make sense, right? Auroria, thank you for the 5. Maybe we should hopefully be able to add this an emote now. Are we thinking that we add Gay Bulge? Is that the emote we're going for? Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play a hand we're dealt, and with little help from the veterans, and Honoroids, and ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. I'm gonna actually probably come check in on Emmanuel more regularly. Gay Bulge? Oh, you heard me. Oh no, I didn't say Gay Bulge. I said Gay Bulge. That's it. Let's see if we can add it. Lots of money! That's what Stars said once. Memberships. Memberships level. No, that's levels. Customize default perks. Emojis. Nope, still says 8 more members needed for the 13th emoji. However, is there an emote we don't use regularly? No, we kind of use all these pretty regularly. We don't use the maybe Elio very regularly. Let's switch that to Gay Bulge for now. Pictures. Save. There we go. Okay. Now you guys should probably... You may have to reload your screens. I'm not sure. Streams. I'm not sure, but... Oh! Maybe. Everyone's going to use the maybe before it goes. We'll get it back. You guys, we'll just have to get more memberships is all. I don't know why it still says I need 8. I think if Hilda was an Ishgard's parliament, she would have already shot at least 6 lords in the upper house by now. That's part of what makes me think she's not in it. But yeah, agreed.
Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am enraptured by Blackshroud's beauty. Now is when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like we are the last to arrive. Let's announce ourselves, shall we?
Looked at the portrait and the heartbreak rebreaks. Yep. I miss him too. If anyone needs adult supervision, it's Emmanuel. Also, she doesn't seem to be representative during the Stormblood Machinist quest. Right, that's what I was thinking about when I remember. Oh god, it's getting gay in here. It's getting full of bulges. I think it's almost nap time for me. Gay bulge made me chuckle until I started to get a headache. Well, now you've borne witness. What perplexes me is what abilities the Echo has to give aside from the clairvoyance headaches. So the Echo is, yeah, okay, we can easily answer that. So part of it is the Echo is also can have specific skill sets. So for that are rooted in individuals rather than broadly. So some things, like Kryle's ability to feel people's emotions and stuff, is very specific to her. But you know, yeah.
The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you play... and the Linson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed. I see I was not the only one delayed in the arriving. Greetings, Sir Aymeric. Admiral, as always a pleasure. And you, Elio, I trust you're well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you're well acquainted with my escort. Master Elio, I was glad to hear you from Riel that the missing scions have now been found.
You giddy!
There is much more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issues at hand, shall we?
But yeah, so Yukio, that's easy to answer. Also, EE1, well, I have some answers to this, as well as the MSQ itself answers these. But so universal ability to understand people is part of it. Understand other people's souls. The entity has to have a soul for it to work.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
It is one of the Echo's true powers, AC. So it's
Indeed,
not wrong, no, but there's more to it.
Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
I'm assuming someone rang the
The
doorbell.
Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed?
Super depends on context, Stacy.
Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
No, because I don't think they use him as a tool. I think they use him as... the Warrior of Light desires to be the sword and shield of the realm, and you're being put to those, excuses. I think, like, sometimes they, like, wish it... There's explicitly people who wish it wasn't so. That they had to use them so regularly.
The Council
but I don't
knows
think
that
they feel
Alamigo will not
really
soon be wrested from
guilty.
the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
Hey, Des, thanks for
the
the 5
The
memberships.
wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
Enjoy your gaze bulges.
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Alfio's the only one who gets it. It's not a suicide run. Well, it is, but it's not. In a final battlefield, like 50 or so men at once. I only know we can handle more people single-handedly than most, in a way kind of like Xenos. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. One, it depends on where you're at in your adventure partially, but also beyond just that, it depends on what kind of men you're talking about. But, like, it also depends on if you mean all 50 of you attacking you all at the same time, all at once. Because that's very different than, like, 10 at a time. Because, I mean... Canonically, if 50 attacked you all at once and there was no one else to back you up and you were solo, I think they could probably take you potentially down. Maybe. The thing is that within the confines of the universe and within like mechanical explanations of your fighting versus the like also showing you like fight individuals and stuff, there's room to argue either way. Like you could argue with your ability to fight certain things and individuals that you do, oh, you could easily take them down. But at the same time, you can also see multiple instances in which like you can be overwhelmed if enough forces applied at you quickly enough. So. He's been played badly before.
That council was able to reach an accordance with so swiftly is heartening development itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I fear I had missed you. Sir Aymeric! Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Elio for serving as our escort before our duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally.
Yugiri just hiding behind trees.
Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful to your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture.
Is it a little bit more until the Gurren Liberator?
Gurren Liberator. I only did my duty, Sir Aymeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. Gurren Liberator. Which one's that? And full glad as we are we to have you. Pray convey my regard to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Is that a mech? Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything?
Sorry.
That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voices. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I shall first pay a brief visit to East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Yda fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon.
I mean, unless you're a warrior. What do you mean, unless you're a warrior? Because even when you're a warrior, when you're fighting on carts now in the cutscene, you're not fighting 50 people at once. You're fighting like 5 or 6 in a battle where you're surrounded by other people allying you and giving you backup. So like I don't know what the warrior would change about that. Because the thing is, a paladin, a warrior, or a tank, you're still struggling to take down as many people as you would in other roles. Rising stones, right? Oh, that's why. Come on. Sometimes Alfie seems a bit clairvoyant without realizing it. I don't think he's being clairvoyant. I think he's just being tactical. I think he's thinking on this doesn't seem right, and if it doesn't, this doesn't seem like a smart choice, and the Griffin's smarter than this. And unlike everybody else who's just taking it at face value, he's questioning. You know, he's learned. There was one monk quest in level 60-70 where it was almost a small army. I can't remember the count when I did it. Right, but you're not alone in most of those, and when you fight them, they come in waves, if I remember correctly.
Welcome back, Elio. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? No. Doubt we'll ever find it home in the realm of politics. I actually get very put off when people are so direct that they're, like, not clear. Yeah.
I mean, not that directness is bad. It's more that, like, if you prefer of being a few words and then becomes difficult, like, it might become for difficult people who, like, wax prose, lackadaisically to be able to, effectively get across what they're trying to.
That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible.
Though, I understand her point, though, about it being annoying.
Griffin on the wall. Well, as much as I enjoy the Battle of the Toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long.
All I say is a mood, but Merrick, please talk about it. Eorzean streaming tonight? Damn, good to see you, glad to have you. And yes, verily. Maybe not at once, but like in a group and back-to-back. Well, see, that's the thing is, in group back-to-back, then I think we could take on, like, I think if we're taking on small groups, like 10 at a time, I think we could take down potentially hundreds. I do think we can be overwhelmed, though. Also, Warrior didn't have the same self-healing tools back in 1.0 or 2.0. Right, but Tam, you're making the argument, that's the argument based on, so anyone who says Warrior, you're arguing based on the mechanics of the game, which I don't think necessarily correlates directly one-to-one with what we should assume the, like, lore of survivability is. Like, we're talking about, like, oh, because of nascent flash and stuff, but, like, that stuff can change from patch to patch. I think what's more relevant is more talking about broad trends in how the jobs are shown to us. In which case, the Warrior is not necessarily so different from talking about the Paladin or Dark Knight or Gunbreaker. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come and join at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Thank you, Ray Ray. Dragoons also come in waves. Dragoons come in waves. I thought they came in spears. People need to remember inner release ain't an invincible button. No, but home gang is. My comment was also joking. I really should learn more to clarify that. No, and I also just take everything's at face value, so that's not just you, Tam. That's just me also, like, thinking that, like, there is a point to actually be made about this.
Ah, you've returned from the council. But what of Alfino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. We have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Krile, how's Nago doing? She will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that.
Oh, Stormblood. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Stormblood's coming up. We're about a patch away.
Now mayhap we should turn our attention to matters at hand. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have significance and force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance.
Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire.
Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course.
To Mids. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo.
Which may equally serve in as well.
Precisely. If we are all in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm unfamiliar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me.
About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I've shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviors? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany Elio? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And while it may not seem to be the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
Dragons do in fact come in spears. Yeah, so Stormblood, yeah, no, we're super close. And yeah, no worries. We're happy to take our time to figure out what you mean if you ever want to ask.
If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Velsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance leader who have installed themselves at its top.
By the way, Belsar's wall, named after Gaius Van Belsar, so... Because he was responsible for capturing Alamigo. New Aenor lines!
We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter.
Oh, come on. Couldn't you have said something like you were worried she was going to steal Hori from you?
I believe she said her name was Mnago. Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside. Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and it was an honor to witness the ministrations firsthand.
We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryl in caring for our patient. Ochre in particular seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Even while casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to two of our young mages here.
And we can't go in there to see Mnago, I guess, so... Slams fist on the table. More horny cockburn! Yes, pretty much. Guys, it's a coming. The time, the dungeon. Also, there may be more of you than can fit in the dungeon. So if that happens, I'm just gonna say, why don't you guys all duel each other to the death while I finish this up? It's coming. Oh, it's coming. Guys. It's coming. The Sloppeh is coming. Horny cockburn is coming. Sloppeh! Oh god, what are you guys doing at the tree?
Ah, Elio, there you are. Come, Asmaras Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to appraise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have any divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand, rather than the neck. So which is it to be? Should it be best to decide before we enter negotiations? Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking.
Is this, like, Patch just horny?
Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I'll leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Oh, look, it's Bear. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Like the entire game isn't horny.
Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us.
If I try to review this chat after watching it, there's just gonna be, like, especially coming up with what's to come, They're just going to be... I want more of the chat to be sloppy, especially when we get to that moment, than not. You guys going to call me sloppy for not using positionals, I wonder? Nope. Did I just smudge it? Nope, still okay.
You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed.
I'm not saying well, I do want more sloppy, especially when that moment comes. Hey, it's Hilda.
Greetings, my friend. It is good to see you both well.
Hi, I was hoping you might turn up. I dragged myself half the watch here. See, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered.
If memory serves, I had not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, I may say what an honor it is to stand at your side.
Wait, Riki, come on, we've hung out before.
It is heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus, gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall?
What news from the Riddermark?
All has been quiet.
Why are there no flames? Oh, well, there's the flames. I meant the immortal flames. However, I will take that.
A report! What? Seven Hells! Fighting has broken out atop the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move.
Someone has. And what's this supposed to mean?
The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors.
Impossible. We gave no such order.
Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception.
If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive any of my scouts, the Empire would surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war.
Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. When the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. We could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial's reserve would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Elio, we must make for the wall at once.
What, just the two of you?
Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of the raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we carefully avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we cannot do that...
Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety?
Ha! I don't know who the Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me.
We must prepare for the Imperial's reprisal. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. I still have OG font I got from the login campaign on my main. Yeah. Oh boy. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, and force action upon those who have turned their back to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. This isn't Balmung. Keep your RPs to your private lives. For Alamigo! Deathberry, welcome back.
From what Papalimo has told me, the trail ahead should lead us to the shadow of the wall. As we have 2 objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there was any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Taking a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time.
What happens in Limsa stays in Limsa. Baelsar's Wall, now accessible. Patch 3.5, new instance dungeon. Yes, Naru. It is, yes, we are, yeah. And the final one of Heaven, technically the final one of Heavensward. Okay, let me go to the tea tree so I can pick 3 of you guys up. I'm gonna try to be picking people who we don't normally get to go, probably first and foremost. So how do we think this dungeon will work when they add duty support? Scions or Grand Company members? Probably Grand Company because all the Scions are out. Oh, lordy. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Have you guys just been playing Duck Duck Goose? Okay. Can I get the people who are interested in coming to stand so I can at least start there? And then I'm going to try to like pick the 3 people that we like don't necessarily see as often. I'm going to get a drink real quick, actually. Okay, well, that makes my life harder. Okay. Okay. Lord, you've got to come sometime. Des, you're always here. Grahafora, Willow, I see you all the time. Flame, I don't see you very often. Grand Blue, I don't see you very often. But also, oh no, but one of you guys have to be willing to switch. And you need we need one of you on tank or healer. God, you guys, I'm sorry, you're making this really hard for me. I don't want to choose favorites. I feel like I'm supposed to definitely not choose from the Sexy Makote group because that's gonna make it worse for everybody else. Y'all making me really hard. That's what. I meant y'all making this really hard for me. Yes. Okay, who's got a tank? So of the people who are standing, okay, so we've got Ven as a tank. I mean, I think we'll just probably take tank Ven then, not worry about it too much. To everybody else, make sure to remember next time, and we'll make sure that, like, especially for the next trial or the next dungeon. What's the next thing we do? There's not a dungeon in Girabanya, is there? The first one is Seas, isn't it? It's Siren Song Sea. But we'll make sure to take you guys. Thank you so much all for being here and showing up. You know, heck, I mean, we could always run it twice if we need to. If people want, you know what? If we finish tonight, I will run it a second time, and we will run it with people who didn't get to go, if people are interested in doing that. And then we can get just as sloppy then. Chat, we did it. I'm laughing my ass off. Next dungeon is Siren Song, which is the Stormblood content. Yeah, yes. I was just thinking about which it's crazy that there's no Girabanian one. Even 4 DPS might be able to go. Yeah, I mean, if we unsynced it, we'd be able to do 4 DPS. That's true, Naru. You hear that? He'll come. Everyone prepare your sloppies. But we've got a bit. You underestimate the power of when it comes to Sloppeh. Indeed, indeed. We've prepared for this, gents. Let's get him, boys! Oh, I will enjoy myself, Aurora. I will. Have a good one. But you know what this means? All of you who couldn't get in, now you can spam all this. Yeah, there you go. Oh god, I got too used to playing monk because I was leveling. Pull on. Do a full, don't, so, if you're gonna vend, I need you to make sure that you pull the full crew. We're not doing single pulls. Ain't fucking ever doing, if I'm in your group and you single pull, I'm gonna start begging you to like, no. You pull to the wall. Pull. 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 Out? Keep going. Keep going. Yep, there we go. Yeah. That's how we do it. Make sure you're using AoEs to grab, make sure you have all their aggro. Or at least that you're... Yeah, okay, you got it. Cool. Everything okay, Gran? We should be able to get through that. Okay. Sloppy. Well, we can't boot because we got to keep going. Poor Grant, yeah. If you're still having lag issues, I guess we can restart and we can swap out. I'm glad we did it at the Yep, keep pulling on. Pull to the wall, pull to the wall. Basically grab and then just keep pulling until you can't go any further. One of us will grab the identification keys and stuff, and then Tank will always be the one who opens the terminal because you let us worry about picking up the items. Perfect. Yeah, don't worry about, like, DPS will follow behind. You just keep pulling people. Third cohort, you got a third cohort. Then you gotta look to make sure you're looking at your enmity list and make sure you're throwing a ranged tank attack on anyone who's not on your aggro, who's not red for you. Grab it and keep pulling. Yep, that's definitely. Yep. So yeah, Ven. Yep. Go Circuitry Emerald. Perfect. Oh, by the way, how many people in here have the tank mount and Baja unlocked? Tank mount? Oh. Oh, you mean like the tank mount as in like the dwarves? Yeah, then don't wait for us. You're good to basically pull right away except for on final boss. Yeah, that's the only one you gotta worry about. It's been so long since I've ever actually had to do this fight because I've been unsynced running this for so long because of trying to get the triple triad card. I've been trying to get the triple triad card on this main. I think I've run this. Whoa. If they've got that mark on them, try to grab them a shield or make sure they're topped up. Gran. There may have been a part of that mechanic that I also just missed. But I do know that usually if you got that marker for you for like Savage Alexander, it usually just means that you're gonna get hit no matter what. So yeah, I'm gonna get hit. So heal me. Make sure I'm topped up. Make sure I'm topped up. Yep. Perfect. Nope. Okay. So Ven, you got to make sure you're picking up the aggro and sky armors, and then Grant, I need you to make sure that if someone has that marker on them, the DPSs are getting attacked. You got to make sure that they're topped up. Yeah, watch me get the TT card on this desk. Yeah. At 60, I don't know which OGCDs you have, but you should be saving a Gaul for situations like that. Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Attacks her, yeah. And I need you to make sure, prioritize getting me back up. Prioritize me getting back up. Full health. Yeah, don't use, so you can't use an AoE on that. You need to use a targeted on me, because otherwise it's not going to be enough. This is going to still go off, and let's see, will it take me? No, okay, we're good. Should be okay. Because if you're not above 60%, that will 100% kill any of us. Yeah, we should be good. Make sure that next light flame's good. No, okay, we're good. We're all good. The only tank ability Dark needs is the Blackest Night. I mean, the problem with the Blackest Night is, don't get me wrong, Blackest Night is amazing and one of my favorite abilities in the entire game, but also it it doesn't give you any sustain. So like, while it's an amazing defense and it's amazing for attack, it sustains, it doesn't give health back really. Those are what I want to do in the meme. Yeah. The only OGCD stage has a 50-year physics and Carrot Hole. Okay. So that would explain. Okay, that helps. Thanks for that, Tam. A little blue bird told me we can be found on Twitter. Thank you, Ray Ray. I'm kind of glad I didn't pick any of the scantily clad Mikote, because that means I can pick all 3 of the scantily clad Mikote for the next Sloppeh run. Perfect. The true Sloppeh. And also Pepsis, yeah. Yo, you should have Drew Cole at level 45? Yeah, okay. Then that makes less sense. Good thing I can change out this gear soon. Excuse you, I was only scantily clad for T-Tree carrying circle. Scante! I sometimes wear clothes into dungeons. Well then, you are playing the circa 2004 female armor game version of Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna be really surprised if you didn't have your single and AoE target within relatively close proximity to each other for, In general, if you want to fill someone on information, I would check. I would check if you're unsure. Okay. Right. Says the man who wore naught but a choker to a certain dinner date. Fair. Fair blink, sir. Let's get him, boys! Ben, you're the tank. Just charge ahead. Just pull. You gotta lead it. The only one you gotta wait for is Griffin. Forget, I have no idea. Are you supposed to aim it at the boss instead of away? Or was I supposed to stop moving and I needed to have it so it was opened and aimed towards them? Yeah, oh my god, if Adders was GCD's, Sage would suck. Stop moving, got it. And then whichever, yeah, okay. So that's a warning to just don't take an action. It's interesting that our limit break is so low. Choker, just like the one I'm currently wearing. Admittedly, maybe I'll just wear this around town. Thanks, Naughter. Yeah, we've been playing the corresponding job for each expansion, so we'll be switching to Monk after this. Perfect. Do you have your gap closer for Sage at this point? Because you can also use that if you're falling behind Gran. You can always use that to catch in close. Then be ready to be careful because Gran's falling behind. You gotta use sprint or something, Gran. You gotta catch up. As healer, you should be on top of the tank at all times. I mean, not directly on top. Perfect. Yeah, nice check. Yeah. Obviously not on top of because you'll get cleaned by stuff, but like, you know, always within range. Also because tanks can be willy-nilly and just like, you know, get ahead just by providence of focusing on different things. Okay, guys, it's coming. Oh, healers love to top tanks. Icarus is 40, so yeah, okay. Okay, guys, so this one you want to hold off for, because here we go. Guys, it's coming. Oh my god, who could have foreseen? Okay. All you. Guys, the line. It's coming.
How'd you like these? Sloppeh.
He said it!
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppeh.
Hey.
For Alamigo!
For Alamigo!
I have you now.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we won the moral fight here.
How'd you like these? Yeah!
Trick, yeah? Sloppeh! God, I'm gonna miss that Dragoon backflip. Hey! We waited so long. YouTube algorithms are gonna be so confused. Free the healer! Ben, gotta focus on the healer. When there is a primary target, you gotta make sure to do that before anything else. The aggro will stay on you for long enough to take care of it. Hey! Now he's just taunting us. I guess we have a resume to show you.
Limb from limb. Sloppeh.
Sloppeh!
For Alamigo!
For Alamigo! Usually when yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys just fucking did not stop. Brian, good to see, glad to have you. Thank you, Jellybean. I just want to get like me sitting with him. Fun. Okay. Good job, Gran. Yeah, no, especially with all the technical stuff, you're doing good. Good job, everyone. Here, you can get a photo. Oh, did we lose Gran? No, because it says everyone's here. Oh, Gran's over there. Well, in that case, well, let's go. We'll get a photos later at the tea tree. On to the story. And now that we've had our hilarious amount of fun, it's time for emotions. Less sloppy.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun.
I don't have the WoW emo on, Elio.
A glimpse of things to come.
I can't do CLD subterranean. Yeah, absolutely.
We did it!
Thanks, Deathberry.
We showed the bastards!
Yeah, but I'm only on the game literally long enough to stream. I'm not on the game very much else.
Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
That's Y'shtola's voice actress.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Oh, it's Thancred.
They die that others may live.
Fucking you, Haas! I forgot!
Vanguards! Attack!
Same reason that Yu Hase went along with Ilbert's plan last time.
Hells. Do you hear that?
Why would this, Gemini? This is a brilliant plan, and it's a plan that works. We can talk after, but I'm not sure why you think it's a dumb plan.
How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Oof. Bad way to go. Like, the really important thing to remember here is Ilbert's plan 100% worked. I'll be excited to talk to you about it, Gemini.
We're cut off.
Yeah, but Yu Hase is part of the team that doesn't get taken out. So, like, Yu Hase doesn't care. He's getting the coin that he's gonna be paid. Because also, I bet you Ilbert gave him whatever he wanted because he didn't care. He's not gonna make it through it.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
No, his plan... No. His plan was not the only way to win with Shinryu. Yeah, no, his plan did not backfire.
The strength to crush. Ow.
His plan was to force Eorzea's hand.
There you are.
And to summon Shinryu. Like, just to be very clear, Ilbert's plan was twofold. It was force Eorzea to take part in conflicts, which is like part of what he explains also during 2.x, to like actually be forced to the problem was he was so done with no one actually taking the fight to free Alamigo and actually doing that, so he forced their hand. Part of forcing their hand was also summoning Shinryu as a backup measure to make sure that it would destroy even if they lost, it would destroy the Garlean Empire. So, like, his plan didn't backfire, it worked.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbert, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Damn, yeah. I know what you're talking about from A New Hope, yeah.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces.
So he pushed Eorzean's hand, forced them to
My
be...
brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take
Explaining
back
you,
our
Hase.
homeland. Free al amigo. Ha!
Al amigo!
They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Damn it, he didn't skip leg day.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all! Ah!
I mean, because it's completely sincere, especially with what he's about to do, I totally agree, Demins. Ooh, well played, Sarah. Thanks. It's interesting. You could debate a couple reasons why Answers is
This
playing
light,
here.
is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Chris, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey!
I don't think so,
Where
Black
do you think
Flame.
you're going?
I think it's different, especially because it specifically is high. This is Vana.
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
Answers isn't just about answer, it's about how you
But
go
that's
on in the face of the
impossible.
struggle.
We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Unless the horn and the staff.
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tupsimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now,
Yep,
off
dust.
you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I'm asking this question not to decide what we will do, but mostly because I'm curious what all of you guys think about this moment. Because to me, the most profound thing you can do this moment is not stay by his side. The most profound thing you can do in his final moment, at his final stand, is to trust in your friend and let him do what he believes in. So, to me, I know for different people it's going to be different things, but for me, the choice that I felt was always right was to trust in your friend. Because to stay by his side is not what he would want, and it's not what's going to help anything. And to respect his sacrifice to me was to trust in him. But everyone's mileage may vary.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
After this, I've got something to watch with you guys. He succeeded where Louisoix failed. And for that, he was a hero. I mean, if he did turn into a Primal, that wouldn't be what he wanted anyways.
Why? Why didn't they let me stay?
Papalymo is my friend, and I should have been there with him.
could see it in his eyes, Ida, and he knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore the same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, all right, I know! Wait a second. Thancred wasn't at the Battle of Cartnow. How the fuck did he know? I guess he must be before Cartnow. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilberd caught us all off guard when Elio was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise me that you'll never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lesson he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me.
I started in Ul'dah and in Limsa for Elio, so... But I think you can still respect the character he was, and, like, I think without having an incredibly strong connection to Papalymo, you can still appreciate him, appreciate what he's trying to do, and without, like, wishing he had more time.
Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here.
Cool. Yeah, my favorite's Ul'dah, personally. Like, I think Ul'dah in some ways is the weakest, because of Nanamo's voice acting and stuff. I think there's actually more zest and interest in some ways with Y'shtola's. And then there's more... Well, I mean, there's stuff that goes on with the, like, earlier parts, but... I don't know. For me, Papalymo and Ida was the one where, like, I just didn't get enough from them, partly because I had to be split between two rather than single characters. But honestly, there was... Yeah, I don't feel like I got enough from any of them. I feel like the Scions personifications in A Realm Reborn are so relatively weak compared to how good they get as it goes on. Like, any of the directions.
Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to Rising Stones and appraise our companies of all this. Pray, make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return.
Oh, okay. I will be right there. I just gotta do this more donut thing quick. Because we still got a fucking bomb-ass cutscene ahead of us. Oh, actually, we've got a whole thing ahead of us. We got Omega to do. Not Omega the Raid.
Do it seem you bring ill tidings, brother? Aye, behind the Griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary. Ilberd, I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate the summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such magics requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I'm certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight.
The eyes end up in Shinryu, and then after that, well, if you watch the final cutscenes of 4.0, you'll know where they end up.
Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray, forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprives her of her will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with these grievous loss in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, shall I honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papolino's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd, a cursed creation, without delay. What time we have is purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it.
Interesting. A slight edge to go, but some of you stay.
Ah, Elio, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meanwhile, we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. Many thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As you stole his last report, the cocoons yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concern about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sir Garland has been called in to aid his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones into Taru's capable hands, and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
Yeah, but I guess to me that is a trust thing for me, right, Tam? Where it's like, to have his back would be to trust him, right? Because the thing that he wants is not for you to die unnecessarily. And it's the boy!
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzean.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Fun fact, same voice actor as Freetra.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again.
Through sheer stubbornness, Keelhaul. Through sheer stubbornness.
You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
I love Gosetsu. He so easily could be a 2D caricature, and he even seems like it from the start, but so much more depth than that.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
I love this game.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
So there's two possibilities, Keelhaul. To your fair point. There's one possibility you did not consider, which is that he actually went through the glass ocean rather than... And so imagine that if instead of going from here through the Bounty and the Sea of Jade, he specifically noted that he went from oceans, which means that he may have gone through the glass ocean and that, you know, from here, from Doma, through Glass Ocean, past the New World, past the Indigo Deep, and into Thanalan. Now, why he would have ended up here instead of in Lenosia, there's a couple answers. Because the Glass Ocean and the Indigo Deep is huge, vast body of water here and here. So if he went like this direction and went around and came back up, it would actually make sense for him to end up in Vesper Bay, potentially. Alternatively, if he went here, he may, especially because remember there's Maricidia is like here. So there's an enormous body of open water here. So if he went down like this to avoid the Siren Song Sea and came back up, he may also have ended up in Thanalan as well. So both are possible points. I fucking died laughing during the newest Hildebrand. Yes. I will not say anything about the newest Hildebrand because spoilers, but the newest Hildebrand is hysterical. And all I will say is twerking bunnies. Okay, Issa, I'm coming to... I don't know what you're going to give me, but the world is flat. I'm assuming you're joking, because the world's round. Like, literally, we can see it from Mare. Where is he? There is he. What are you all even doing? Okay, you know what? I'm glad you're having a fun time. Ooh! Yes! I really love Elliot's face when he does the slash wow. What are you guys even doing? Thank you, Jarek. And back to the thing at hand, because we are running. I don't want to run out of time. Because we're already at 6:11 and we got some cutscenes to go through. From V. Thank you, V. Indeed, twerking bunnies. Being sloppy. Really? I feel like it looks great on like Eorzean at least. I didn't think it looked cursed. I have no idea what it looks like on Lalafell other than the ones that they showed in the thing. Ah yes, the Graha. I love that we happened to like just happen to get a make that Graha emote, which is literally what the emote ended up being when they made it. I had no idea that they were actually gonna do that. Scarlet, good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way. Okay, I bet it does look hilarious on Hrothgar. Actually, I bet it looks hilarious on Ro. No, I saw it with Hildebrand and stuff. I'm just like, I mean, like, yeah. The thing is that Hildebrand's such a joke. How much of it is like, yeah, probably, but like, you can't really gauge the power in any real meaningful way other than as humor.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
And like, I just like, who could win versus 100 people is like there's not, unless there's like interesting lore thing to like dissect. There's like, what is there to say other than like, yes, Godbert's wife would hit 100 people with a frying pan and take those fuckers out. End of problem solving. Godbert Beg 9.0. That's adorable and sweet on Rose. That's cute. Not to take away from your point, Purple. You're right. I agree with you.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence...
Does he?
The cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
Who's voice acting him?
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
I love your theory, Keelhaul.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
Oh, Deadpool.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
No, Elidibus did not. Good to see, glad to have you, John, and I can talk about that in a second.
What the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Friendly reminder, he is a war criminal.
Who is this man?
Oh no.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
No, we are not all war criminals in 14.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that.
A war criminal means something specific. It
Although
doesn't just
you
mean
already
like,
know what I'm
oh,
about to
kill
propose,
people.
old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation.
Oh, Gaius is as bad or
of the
worse.
elder
Yeah,
primal
and I
in
love
the
Gaius'
first
character.
place.
I'll be clear. I think he's a fantastic character.
of
Just a
Omega.
reminder. It's the same way that I reminded people with Emmett Silk.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allegans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry. Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Yeah, pretty much.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
We're kind of out of options. No, but I'll keep an eye on him. You should never trust that Nero doesn't have other machinations.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
I trust Nero as much as I trust that he's not gay for Sid.
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition.
I definitely
Science,
trust in
I'll
that.
ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
The other one. That's Nero's official title from now on. Thanks, Brian. It's a custom one that I made.
Oblige.
Should be over in the Discord.
The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Oh, you giddy.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
That was some powerful side-eye from you, giddy. Ah, thanks, Simmons. John, you had an earlier point. So, no. So remember that Metron and Logriff meant to... What happened with them was not intentional. And so the Flood of Light was not a planned outcome for the first. They were going to hold off the light flooding in and being tilted too far until they were ready to start a calamity on the source. So, no, Shinryu was tied to shifting the balance, but was not tied to being the instigation for a calamity because there was no reflection that was prepared to be tilted correctly. There was no reflection that was tilted, ready to accept the crack that would be caused. So the So it was definitely Shinryu was much more about leaning the world more towards chaos with the uncertainty of what the exact outcomes would be. The first nearly ended up being like the 13th, except for thanks to our interventions and the Warrior of Darknesses and Hydaelyn's, we were able to, instead of putting it in a position where it became a completely lifeless void like the 13th, but umbral rather than astral, it was just stuck on the verge, ready to be rejoined, which was all in a way really that to Elidibus and all the Ascians benefit. They're like, well, this was gonna go poorly, but instead they saved it for us, so thanks to them. Now, it's not like we weren't gonna save it anyways, so no matter what, we were always gonna be kind of accidentally playing into their hands a little bit.
Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place.
How did he learn about it? Warrior of Light, Signs of Seventh Dawn, President Sid Garland, the other one. That fucking guy. Who is the guest host for tomorrow's stream, or are you going to surprise us? Oh, the guest host was for today's stream, Catherine. It was me and the Eorzean J cosplay. It was just me making a joke. Because it'd be Eorzean J. If I had another cosplay ready to go for 14, I would definitely do that tomorrow. Sadly, I think all I have is like a Kylo Ren and mostly Star Wars ones.
Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off.
Professional plant stealer is my favorite to be honest. Pants stealer, yes. Yes, professional pants stealer. I forgot about that already. I like it though. It is really cool. Good, thanks. For the Ascians' big plan, wouldn't they eventually need a way to fix the 13th? Yes. But effectively, their solution was to say, fuck it, well, as far as we know, there may actually have been more plans thought around this that would have been put into production. Certain characters in 6.x may be related to those plans. We don't know yet. We'll have a much better idea after the end of 6.x. But as far as we are aware, currently the reaction was, we fucked up with the void. We didn't know how to do this properly. We're gonna set that aside. We'll worry about fixing it after we solve working on all the other ones. So like we'll get all the other reflections done and then we'll come back to this. Just force the 13th first to rejoin the force and then force it onto the source. That's not how it works. And also, reflections can't rejoin to each other. So remember that the nature of the reflections is they want to all join back into the first, but there's walls between them. So you have to cause a break in both the reflections wall and the sources wall, and it will all be drawn back into the source. But if you do that with reflections without doing the source, you just end up with you effectively can't. And if you rejoin, and you can't cause two calamities at once, because that would, well, I mean, I guess. So here's the thing. The 13th and 1st, once they've been tilted, their break moment happened, and they're already now, like, their walls are resealed. And so you can't tilt them back again without fixing everything and then tilting it again. So, like, even if we cracked a hole in the source right now, the 13th wouldn't be drawn into the source. So, like, while, yes, one is astral and one is umbral, they actually don't necessarily co-balance each other out in a way, like, ultimately in how it works for rejoinings.
Elio, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his fairly timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking around the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are, well, here they are now.
Yeah, sadly that you can't. That's not how the reflections work. The reflections, you don't, like, force the reflections back into each other. It is a byproduct of causing a reflection to break itself and then have that energy be drawn in to a break in the source, and then all of the Aether is then pulled into it along with it. As far as they knew, they had all the eternity to fix it after they did the other 12 rejoinings. Exactly, Tim. Yeah, exactly.
Right, I think that everyone should set a course for Card now.
Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear the latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain a clear understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, and I thought our time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Yeah, Tam, I mean, I've basically had that idea, so no, I mean, maybe, I don't know that that's a full video, like 15-minute video idea, especially because, like, I explain as much in Aetherology and some of the other videos, but at the same time, you know, if it's still a thing that a lot of people are confused by, it's not that I haven't thought about it, it's much more just about time. But yeah, especially if you're saying that it would be helpful, I could definitely at the very least do a short, put that together quick about, you know, what is a rejoining, blah, 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 blah. All right, while Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ystol and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I'm able. Elio, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you're present to entertain our guest. Yes, we do. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girls at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Give me a second. I'll pull up my notes real quick. Calamity. Okay, first calamity was wind, and it was the 5th shard. Second calamity was lightning, and it was the 12th shard. Third calamity was fire, and was the 2nd shard. Fourth calamity was earth, and that was the 3rd shard. Fifth calamity was ice, and it was the 6th shard. 6th calamity was water, and it was the 10th shard. 7th calamity was the 7th, and it was the 7th calamity was astral, and it was the 7th shard. The 8th calamity was umbral, and would have been the 1st. That's leaving the 13th and the source, the 1st, and then we also have the 4th. Still lingers, the 8th, the 9th. I think that's it. No, there should be one more. 12th? Yeah, and the 12th. The 8th, the 9th, and 12th, yeah. But all you need to know about the rejoinings is... See, but I love the loop. Like, Ray also got on my case a little bit for the loop, and I'm like, oh man, no, like, I hate fucking shorts that don't loop, because it's so satisfying when they go. Ah, good shit. You are traveling with Master Garland, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Actually, well, you know, actually. Travel to Mordona, yeah. Well, I can always do. What I want to do before we go do that is I actually want to go to Gridania real quick. And I would like to get a shot. I guess I can always... One of the things I feel like a lot of people miss because we didn't experience like a 4-month or whatever month delay between 3.5 and 3.55. I think one thing that a lot of people who are rushing through the story don't notice, or at least I know I have a couple of people in my life who didn't notice, is that if you look at the sky, the sphere is actually there above Belsar's wall, which is a really cool element. The 12th was rejoined in the 2nd calamity. Okay, I think I just picked the wrong one. One of the other ones then. Yeah, I'm sorry, 11th then. Yeah, 11th, not 12th. I just said the wrong one. Yeah. Yes, I meant the 11th. That is correct. I have memorized which calamity is which. I've memorized a couple of things like that, but actually I need to sit down and actually like memorize which calamity was which reflection. Because I've been asked that before and I always need to check my notes rather than knowing it offhand. That is one giant virus-looking sphere. Indeed, Quinn. Summit, good to see you, glad to have you. Is there a reason why the Destians try to use different elements for each calamity?
So there's a couple of reasons, one of which is a balancing of aethers. So we don't know, for instance, what would have happened if after they had finished the cycle, but part of it seems to be potentially convenience, but also seeing as it went, if you look at the aetherology chart, it follows the aetherology chart, right? Like, if you follow the order of this, right? If you look at it, it goes wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, which is the order that the calamities happen in. And whether or not this is created because of the order the calamities happen in, or if there is some sort of meaning to that cycle is not fully clear. What I would assume it is to maintain balance in terms of the aether aspecting that you're returning to the star. If you did like double ice, might that impact things much worse in the long term? And I don't know, but it's never been fully clarified that I know of, and it's something I've looked into. So if anyone has something that's textual that further confirms it, definitely. But yeah, the order is that wheel, and then astral with Bahamut, and would have been umbral for the 8th. What the 9th would have been. Wow, neat. I caught the similar effect between 5.5 and 6.0, but didn't think to look when playing through older stuff. Yeah, older stuff like that happens all throughout. So like the sort of stuff that they did for the towers in 5.5 and stuff is all throughout. In 4.0, I don't know if there's... I don't know off the top of my head if there is anything in 4.0. I mean, you get things like the Prima Vista showing up, but that's different.
Not quite door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then?
Cool, we got a lot of cutscene to go, but we're making good time. But yeah, hey, again, thanks for asking lore questions today, guys. I really appreciate it. It's makes me feel good to try and either think about lore questions that I don't have already, or like have in mind already, or try to explain ones that I've spent time thinking about, because then it feels like I'm putting it to use. Quick, to the cockburn! Fuck you, Nero! I need it. No! No, where is she? Oh, my lady, my woman, my cockburn. I know Nero's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? I love you. I love you so much, Tataru. Actually, what's Flamine? Both of these two have lost a lot. I wonder if they've got...
Hoary Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the beast tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could, while the other senior scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency.
Wait, did that person have a hamster mount? Go play. Actually, you don't even need to play Criterion. You can play Variant. So go play the newest dungeon that they added. It's the new Variant and Criterion dungeon. And also, yeah, lots of good lore. By the way, at the end of the stream, would you be interested in playing my version of Eric? Sure, that sounds fun. I don't know if we'll have time to do it on stream because of time, but I definitely would enjoy playing that. Actually, I'd probably be pretty good at that. Although it depends. If you like, it's just like a really random, like, just corner.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight.
Is that Thancred's VA? I keep thinking
It
of it.
never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Oh, defending him!
Maybe she does have a thing for the boy.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtar
No,
and
it's
the
not
others
Thingrid.
remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem
But he
much
did-
point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino.
He has done a lot
Abelimo
of
bought
voices,
us
though.
this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
The kettle does get repeatedly called back to multiple places.
Good God,
He's here!
Good fella Gigas.
What a
This
rogue
is
did.
the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Eorzean. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Ugiri, do you know this man?
I was certain he was going to go
Professor.
on per.
Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Ugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Eorzean came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gozetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Ugiri? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
So milkshakes cost money. Can't just buy milkshakes willy-nilly.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Elio, wait. Could I speak with you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? That's one way of calling it. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. I feel like every time she makes us an outfit, like, don't get me wrong, I like the look of them, but like, they're either like modernist or like they're weird outfits for them to be our canonical outfits for going into it. I mean, they're not our canonical outfits because our canonical outfits seem to be the job outfit for the. But either way, it's like I like it, but for what? Oh, $5 for milkshake. Thank you, Chris. Fuck, there's only 15 minutes in the stream. Otherwise, I would have, like, maybe sent up my partner out to get a milkshake or something. I'll just have to eat one tomorrow. Maybe we'll figure out, maybe we'll do, like, once we finish Deadpool's, goal for getting a cosplay, maybe we'll do, like, do another cosplay for stream, or maybe, like, upgrade the Eorzean one, get more of, like, the doodads and diggities. Milkshake. Thank you, Easter, for the $10. Thank you, guys. Because I would love to do more. I would love to do more cosplay streams. I've definitely got one planned for the far future that I'm working on. But beyond that, now I'm just waiting for you guys to all of a sudden make me want to do something crazy like Hilda. Assuming we measure correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too tight. If you know what I mean. So how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can tell how much this means to me. I've crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light. It's well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed a blood pearl charm to you. You know, bring you home. May it always protect you. It was used in cutscenes. Well, yeah, the one when you're in Eorzean and it's, yeah. It flashes. I thought, does it not change if you're wearing a different outfit? There's always a piece or two that works in the ensemble with the right dyes. Yeah, it's not that it's bad. It's not like thanks for the $5 from. Am I just gonna have to like go out after this and grab like 3 different like flavors of milk? Do I like have to like drive to McDonald's, get a milkshake, then drive to Wendy's and get a Frosty, and then drive to like Burger King and get is that how we're doing this? That one doesn't have stats, right? It shouldn't. I'm pretty sure it's just glam, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, technically it has stats. It's just not good stats. Spread them out, one a day. It's always the Scion's Travels outfit, yeah. The Tartu outfit for Shadowbringers is used in cutscene. There's always a piece or two that works. My milkshake bringeth doth boys to thy. My milkshake bringeth thine gentlefolk to mine yard, and verily. Guys, all my name days have come at once. Green Watt has joined the building. So we've wake up Omega, right? When do we start? Yida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll be a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well, then I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to the Gridania and assist Y'Shola and Kryl. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartnow expedition party. Nero and I will focus on the rousing Omega and Elio. Yida and our Doman friends take care of security. Gosetsu, you are my favorite Rogadin. At least male. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. No, you had to remind me about one of my least favorite characters. Greenwa? Arvina? I mean, Arvina's a joke, but like it's not like Arvina's in like 4 cutscenes, effectively. Also, I've never figured out how to turn it into a short, so I still one day may make this short, and but literally Arvina is just Bane from Batman and Robin. Ultimately, I love Gosetsu. Me too. I can make you triple berry ginger ale smoothies. Kathra, I would gladly take that. I would gladly take your smoothies. Sloppeh? We have far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartnow before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we've best be on our guard. Given the Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure the Empire has long been aware of its existence. If Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new Primal, it's not impossible that the Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Actually, if I didn't, I think some of my weapons got broken. Some of my gear is broken. Yeah. Let's go repair quickly. Sloppeh, Sloopeh, Sloopeh, Spoopeh, Spoopeh. Sloppeh! Any of you guys got some fun ideas for some goals after Deadpool's funded? Like Deadpool's cosplay is funded? I'll be honest, thanks to your guys' incredible generosity, I've been able to actually get most of like the equipment and stuff that I've needed for the channel. So at this point, really the main things that would be like me or some of the archivists or something doing funny things or things that you guys are interested in seeing, or humorous streams and that whatnot. Am I going crazy? Where is it? Okay, it's this direction. Oh, duh. Thanks, Purple. Yeah, I'll check that out after. Eat a chimichanga. Get a dog appropriate chimichanga for Deadpool and let Deadpool eat chimichangas. Fantasia Elio. Don't make me Fantasia Elio unless you guys are planning to pay for one to Fantasia back.
We have far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Carton before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner.
I wonder what's for dinner. Oh, actually, we already did this. We can just go ahead. Okay, guys, 2 cutscenes. Oh, now I've got you guys thinking. Ah, crap. Elio Catgirl for a day. Does that have to be one of the MSQ streams? Those are permanent. Those will be forever. What if it I feel like the more I'm pushing back, the more you guys are gonna get excited.
Now, where was that?
Ah. Make a bidding war for who wants Bun Boy versus who wants Catgirl.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
I don't see the cheek thing one of you guys was talking about with Nero.
You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Lala for the last fight 6.0. That's like
suspected ship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Fun fact, he is an Ilsabardian Rogadin.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days
come at once. That's like a $500 goal to not have my the most climactic moment be Elio. Oh god, it's the wig. Oh, Catherine.
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Greenwatt Arvina.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
I liked Gosetsu when I was at this point in the story, but like to be fair, at this point in the story, he just seems like the traditional, that kind of like samurai archetype from especially like Kurosawa films or like, you know, Japanese media. So like I totally understand like not loving him right away, but he has so much more depth than that as the story goes that I just adore him for. While also still being that sense of duty, that like rooted in that sense of everything. I'll stomp these worms in the dust myself.
Leave this to me.
I have you.
This one'll sting.
An opening.
With
I may have misjudged the enemy.
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
One of the parts in this song always reminds me of Steel Harbor? Steel Harbor? I forget. From Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. It's like the way that they use the guitar.
No holding back.
Gosetsu, the badass.
Look upon a samurai of Dama!
For an earlier question about how many people we could defeat, I mean, like, we're not alone, right? But, like, even with allies, we're just, like, fucking chewing through them. Yeah, the melee ranged role quest, you should definitely do if you haven't done for Endwalker. Surrender! We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Sam didn't exist for us yet, but there's two possibilities. He's either using bespoke animations, or remember that they may have, you know, had Sam mostly done at this point, because this was only a couple months pre-actual release. So they would have been tuning Sam at this point. So there are times where you see, like, there are some animations for Ranjit that end up being used for Reaper, right? Like, there are, like, a lot of times they'll have things way, way ahead of time. I'd have to look at them to know whether they're bespoke or, like, actually the same. So either's possible.
Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back.
Yeah. Crimson Baroness. Actually, I actually forget what she said, called Crimson Lady, Crimson something like that. Behold, the Red Baron! That's what it is. Now end this nonsense. Oh, Crimson Baroness, Red Baron, I was close.
What? That? No one told me that I'd have match-tech armor. Forward! For the Empire!
Yeah,
The honorless curse thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares this fate. Pray, attend to the rest of the minions.
A lot of times, I'm trying to think of other examples of it. I mean, like, Red Mage animations used for Alice before some of the, like, ideas and concepts in, like, 3.4. There's more. I just don't have any off the top of my head.
An opening.
Look upon a samurai of Dama!
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
I do appreciate they were trying to let things go off with a fun bang before the big wait for 4.0. Because I believe it was, what, 5 or 6 months between this release and 4.0 actually launching.
No retreat. No surrender.
'Tis my right to strike!
This one'll sting.
Your defense is lacking.
I have you!
No holding back.
An opening.
Look upon a samurai of Dama!
I love the kick in Torn of the Heavens. Yeah. I will say, the thing I love about Torn of the Heavens is it going from a song that I didn't feel much about when I first played A Realm Reborn to now a song that I adore because of all the emotions that have been built up and tied to it. I don't know. Apparently, Aaron just loves that the kink. Aaron's kink is torn from the heavens, which I mean I can get.
It's all over now.
Look, isn't soaking all of our kinks? Ranji Def feels like a Proto Reaper. Yeah, it literally was. I mean, Ranji literally is a Proto Reaper. Like literally, the concept, trying out the idea.
With soul and steel.
Like that's why a lot of us were pretty sure something like Ranji was going to be what the like for those of us who were around guessing for pre-Endwalker, we always knew. We always were real. Well, not we. Well, the people I was talking to were always. We were all really sure that it was going to be Ranji. That was going to be like something like with a scythe and with some kind of packed animal, and then we got Reaper, which made total sense when they explained. Well, it didn't make total sense. It was a bit. It was like really, and then they explained the legacy of it with Corvus, and it was like, oh, okay.
'Tis my right to strike.
Final Fantasy 14 is a soundtrack that comes with a free game. Yeah.
This one'll sting.
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words, it'll be you who rule the day.
Okay, guys. We got it. Well, oh, it's 7. Okay, this is the final cutscene, so we got a big cutscene to watch. You have no proof that I spent over 3 hours sitting in my FC room listening to some bangers.
Temporal
no, other than you
all
telling
systems
us.
Operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Why would you want to not admit that you were doing that? I freely admit that I do that. I guess I don't admit that I do it in my FC room. I just do it at my computer. Ooh, hey, that console is an early Allegan script.
Remarkable.
Late Allegan.
Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown.
Storm
I
double
confess we don't
boom!
yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So,
I mean, to be fair, it does
my question
ultimately
to you
do that.
is, are we doing the
Aaron.
right thing?
I mean, remember, it does capture, shouldn't you? Well, what do you think? Is there any other way? Forward and backward, backward and forward. Sloppy.
Suppose not.
Sloppeh! Look, to be fair, what could possibly go wrong? All of that's accurate, but also it may be.
Sid. Is this
They're
the
doomed
thing
if they
I need
do
to
nothing.
press?
So they have to do
yes,
something.
That's the one.
Interesting.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
But to be fair, they're damned if they do, maybe damned if they do, versus definitely damned if they don't. Like, that's the key differential, right? It's a hell of a catch-22, yeah. Better to take the hope than to just, like...
Yes! Fly free, my pretty!
Show us what you can do.
I still don't see the jaw thing someone's talking about. I like cheat thing.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Definitely the lesser of two evils. Oh, guys, here it is. This is one of the most, like, epic cutscenes they've ever made. Like, whether or not it's the most is up to your debate, but, like, it is. Anime cutscene is when the diamond weapon kicks a missile. Because then it's literally a Gundam kicking a missile. That thing would have tempered or just straight up destroyed all of Element. This is the music here is an Alag. It's Shinryu's theme. It's the first part of it. Hey, you know that lightning? That was just a plot point. Remember, Omega's weak to lightning. Okay, to be fair, this is the most anime moment. Ah, from the order I yet deciphered, yeah. Outside of Coils? I don't feel like Coils is that anime. I wouldn't even describe any of Coils as anime. I literally don't even know which section you would refer to as anime. At the end with the twins. Oh yeah, I guess yeah. I guess that's pretty shonen with the books. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I don't think that's more anime than this though. Flames of Truth. Yeah, Flames of Truth is pretty Dragon Ball Z. That's fair. Yep. No, I take it back. You guys are right. With between Flames of Truth and the books, I would totally agree with that.
Omega has stopped transmitting, but that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
I love Gosetsu so much.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Making our way downtown, walking fast to the Gridania path now. Ra-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, this is. Let me know if anyone needs this explained.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
But here's the question. Yeah, I wish I could wave my hands in front of the machines and make them work. Oh, dude, wait, you can actually just hang out in here? Oh, fuck, I should get some B-roll. I'll have to do it later. This would be a good place, though, for some Allegan B-roll. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need not see what happened to ourselves, and soon. You can't come back here. Yeah, no, I know. But I mean, like, if you could replay, you can replay through 3.4 and 3.55. If I absolutely need that footage, I'll just do something like that. Or if you have an alt, I'll send you that way, Ray. But yeah, no, I know you can't. I know it's like one of those places where it's like, no, once you've left, you've left. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. We do have scouters with some headpieces. Yeah. Yida, wait, we must... The other seats here is expecting us. Worry not, Alfino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. Okay. The council convened a short while ago. Let's make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Let me go talk to the... Yida. Yeah, okay, Conjurer's Guild. Oh, what the? What? I 180'd. That's weird. Look at all our friends hanging around in Gridania. Wait a minute. Why is it every time? Every time. I'm like, I need to go here. And then I pause my brain. The Elder Cetio waits within. So guys, do I shave? I've been saving. I have not shaved at all for like since we started, you know, saving money for the cosplay. Is it time? Do I finally shave the Eorzean facial hair? My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Cetio. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in awakening Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed.
What words could be justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Eorzean. The primal might defy belief. It seemed like the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan's soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that much had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think of only Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's borders and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshals, and his men with the Council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things, I'll wager. That flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engage Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it'll be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representative in Girabania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of our Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not so impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might make a small detour. Yashtol and the others have gathered at Amarasia's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Great value Horsefont strikes again. Do I have to go down first? Skaven naming set has scouters. Yeah, not surprising.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilbert all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
More
The light's
emotions.
It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
If you care to know about how her sister died, you should go read Tales from the Twilight. What is it called?
You've
Set
known
with the Sun,
all along, haven't you?
which will
That
tell
I
you
wasn't
more about.
Ida.
We'll tell you more about Fordola and tell you about Ida's,
Of
the
course.
actual Ida.
We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
What if I told you Fordola was that little girl?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it.
So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalymo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on the road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru, my sister.
And that's it. Heaven's Word's done. We are officially done with Heaven's Word. Midori, good to see you, glad to have you. It has come to a close. Also, it's weird to me that they didn't bother to voice those final words, which makes me assume that they might have added them late in the day and didn't have time to get them voiced. Honestly, I think they could have just left off with the Yugiri Gosetsu bit. Now, tomorrow, we are on to 4.0 Stormblood. Woo! Thank you all for this lovely Sloppeh stream and the cosplay stream as well. I'm sure we will do more cosplay streams in the future. Not to mention, probably, I believe, Halloween's a Monday, so maybe I'll have to do just a random one of my cosplays for that day. Sloppeh! Yeah, exactly, Gemini. As per usual, Monday, Tuesday, our MSQ streams. Wednesday is a new video. Thursday is me and Aniri playing, going through all the Final Fantasies, old to new. Friday, Lore Book Club. This Lore Book Club that we'll be talking about Cell D. Saturday is our community stream. This Saturday is going to be Eureka. So if you want to level in Eureka and have someone helping you level up, that's what we will be doing. Also, during that Saturday, we will be raffling a Chronicles of Light, which we will send to one of you guys. This is a collection of all the short stories up to, I believe, Stormblood. So appropriate. Yeah, Stormblood. I hope so. I really like Dress Up Day. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm actually... A Realm Reborn, I was like, okay, this will be fun to see deepen my appreciation for it, all these setups and stuff. And so the Realm Reborn was going. Heaven's Word was, yeah, it's a good story, and here's some nice little points. But Stormblood is the first one that I'm really excited to re-encounter because of the amount to which I know others who like it don't like it very much, and the amount that I enjoyed it at the time, and to really look close both at it as a story and also all the little lovely lore tidbits and stuff that I'm gonna pick up. So, great cosplay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Kemar. Absolutely. More Gosetsu and Daddy Hien. Yeah. So I'm very, very excited to start Stormblood, and we will be doing it as Monk. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I will definitely continue to upgrade it too. It's not where I want it in its final form, but I'm hoping to get it into a final form that will be perfect for bringing to FanFest, which we'll be doing FanFests. We will be going to FanFest when those happen. Beyond that, I think I'm going to go ahead and skip, just so I'm not talking over the songs. We will turn in the quest, and then we'll call it.
He may have mentioned, but Alfino has appraised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lisa's chosen her path as her friends. We must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Giribania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you.
That is true. Thank you, Blinkster. I think expansion was better than the last, progressively got better. Catherine, I agree, personally. That is my experience of it as well. However, I want to review Stormblood before I really feel like I can say, at least for me, for sure, Stormblood, I think is better than Heaven's Word. Not in any objective sense, just taste-wise. Quick, march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face the retribution. It's almost time, Father. I do think Shadowbringers is a big step up from Stormblood.
Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin.
I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. And Endwalker is, to me, slightly better than Shadowbringers for what I enjoy. I think Shadowbringers and Endwalker are effectively pretty much even, but it's just like what things are going to speak to you more is like, in terms of quality, I think they're pretty even. Endwalker and Shadowbringer, though, I'm still not sure. Yeah. For me, Endwalker, but that's also because its themes are just more directly tied into things that mean a fuck ton to me.
Very well, Ilbert. I will take our homeland back.
See, like, part of Ilbert's plan was also to force this point, to force him to act.
For both of us.
And that's, you know, why Ilbert betrays him in the first place in 2.x, because no one's bothering to, like, actually deal with Alamigo. They're perfectly content to, like, let it stand. Oh, is this our boy? Is this the first time we see our boy? Oh, it is! Xenos! Are we gonna need a Xenos emote? What the hell would be the Xenos emote? Is it just Xenos? Like, is it like our Sloppeh emote, but it's Xenos and it just says juicy underneath? Yeah, Des, that's what I hear from a lot of people, that it was the beginning that people didn't like. So I'll be interested to see.
My lord, Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continue, though both yet elude us, my lord. The battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces for the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work?
Oh, I don't have a Xenos voice ready. Okay, this may not be the final one that we go with. If he does say anything.
Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it provide a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood.
Couldn't stand Xenos for a long time. See, I liked Xenos because as much as I think like he doesn't get a ton enough to do in Stormblood, I totally see where they were going with him. And so when they were starting to build him up more in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, like I had always been not an apologist but a defender for like no, this is really smart on their part. It's a really interesting and beautiful contrast that they could use, and then they end up paying it off. Not saying anything bad about the Resistance, but if not for so much strife with Garlemald itself, I don't think either country would have taken back their lands. But if not for so much strife with Garlemald itself, I don't think either country would have taken back their lands. Yeah, well, Catherine, exactly. Like that's why Ilberd's and the Griffin's axe are kind of like gray, because if he didn't force people's hands, it's possible Doma and Girabanya and Alamigo would not be liberated. Yeah. Far Edge of Fate, Storm of Blood. They said the things. Yeah, he makes Sephiroth seamless edgy. I love him. And again, I never ended up liking him like so many people did after. I also never got why so many people like selecting a certain dialogue option tied to him at the end of it. I think it depends on what you mean by like, right? Like, I don't like him. I abhor him. I hate him. But I find him an incredibly compelling, ultimately tragic villain in terms of... in terms of, like, his tragedy is not so different from Emmett's tragedy at the heart of it, and in very different ways. But so I find that incredibly compelling, and then I find that building up the idea of him and the Warrior of Light as reflection of each other, for me, I mean, obviously it's going to change depending on your perspective of the Warrior of Light, incredibly compelling, and then the final option dialogue really fit for like how I feel as a player and how I feel about my Warrior of Light and how I feel as a like that I cannot deny, and so for me, it did work very well. If people say that's the only option, you know what you can respond to them with? Then why did they give you 2 others or 3 others? So yeah, no, Tam, if someone says that's the only option, they're full of shit. There's a reason they give you the ability to have multiple options and to just utterly reject that moment, or to be like, yes, I accept that there is a similarity there in that aspect. But like the reason that they give you multiple options that are deeply different is because they want you to be able to express yourself, you're a very different character view in that moment. There's only one option. Guys, don't care about anyone whose opinion is like absolutist like that. Like especially don't when they're like literally Ishikawa and the team give you those options so that you can absolutely choose to play out that moment differently than how to it's like there's not just one objective moment. I think at the end of that you can still choose to reject that and say like, no, we may strive in similar ways, but we're still not the same. Like the same way that there's different ways throughout Endwalker you can choose to reject him with different dialogue options. Yeah. Yeah, and no, yeah, exactly, Des. And you know what? The game just lets you do that. It's not like, oh, I had to pretend that. The game lets you absolutely have that moment to be, a complete rejection even in that. What, all by myself? Yeah, see, Tam, for me, I totally that's absolutely the one I would go with. Yeah, no one has to see the story the same way. Absolutely. Not only does everyone has to see the story that way, but pretty much no one will, ultimately. But on top of that, there's a reason that I love and adore dialogue options and why they've added more and more and more. And it's because ultimately allows you to express, like, whether or not you're changing the moment completely, it allows you to express a very different nuance and orientation for your Warrior of Light in many, many, many modes. And this is one of the reasons I like Stormblood. This is because Stormblood, I think you'll notice this, but as we go through Stormblood is actually when there started being way more dialogue options. Like Shadowbringers does it again, does even more, but Heavensward, some of the ones in Heavensward were actually retroactively added, and the thing is Stormblood had started adding a lot of them. Only Cat, she deals in absolutes. Yeah, no, Kupo? I was going to touch it, but you stole. Where have I absolutely stopped giving a shit sometime early in Shadowbringers? Yeah, for instance, if you want to take the piss out of things, they create options for you to allow you to take the piss out of things. Yeah, it's good times. But yeah, I think we're going to call that there. It's been lovely hanging out with you guys. We ran a bit long, but we got everything done. I don't know how far we'll get. I'll check the quest list and I'll start having to plot out how far we're gonna get into each. Because I don't know that we're gonna get to Siren Song on day 1, but maybe we'll see how that goes. Yeah, if you join the stream, already a member of Discord. Why not come join us? Ray, thank you for staying up so late. I appreciate you and all your work. And let me know if there's anything I need to help you with the thing you're working on. I might actually start working on that short that someone was suggesting for rejoinings. Which means that's like almost every single sarcastic smartass option. Yeah, whereas Tam, for me, I hate the smartass sarcastic responses. Not like generally, but like for me, I would hate choosing them. But every time I see them, every time I see multiple options, I'm happy because I get to make a choice in terms of how I want to express myself, and I know others get a chance to do that as well. Yeah. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and all that doodly do things. And I'm sorry that I have to remind you, but the truth is that it works, especially with the likes. But yeah, with that said, I've been Elliot Forceron and Eorzean J. Agrewald, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba dum bum. Where'd the off button go?